Hello and welcome to the PMGO Western Europe Finals. We have selected, through an arduous process, a grueling challenge for all of the teams competing. The best 16 teams to take on one another yet again to prove who can be the best. And we're going to be sending two of our top teams forwards to the global PMGO stage. Who's going to be your representatives? We'll have to wait to find out. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we are going to be breaking down all the action. This is going to be coming at you today thick and fast. They're going to have to be ready for anything.
Yeah, I was kind of getting worried. There's like a billowing cape in the background. I was like, what's going on? But yeah, I'm ready to go. It kind of spooked me a little bit. I don't know why. I thought I was in the room. I was like, but yes, two of these teams will be heading through to PMGO, which is the big deal here. Is the big ticket item on the prize list. Not only that, but the money as well, because there is $23,000 on the line here on the grand finals, which is very, very cool. And a good amount of money to earn coming through from PMCO if you've made it this far. We had some ups and downs last week for some teams. Other teams were much more up, like Boars Gaming as well as Vincherry Mortem. Other teams like Far Voice Gaming, who just made it in by the skin of their teeth, looking to do a little bit more here in the grand finals.
Yeah, absolutely. There is another chance to prove yourselves. And of course, with the points all wiped clean, it is an even playing field. There is going to be the same lobby setup for every single match now as well. We're not going to be chopping and changing between the days. So the teams can maybe find a little bit more familiarity. The question is who's that's going to play in favor of. Taking a look at our formats, we have completed the PMCO now. If you want to get involved next time around, make sure you're looking out for the registration because it is open to everyone. In-game qualifiers are available. But we've done those first three stages. We are into the grand finals, of course, today being May 8th as of time of broadcast. $23,000 is Blank told you earlier just before, and the top two teams going to PMGO. That is what we've got in store for you over the next 3 days, including today,
which is going to be fun. It's going to be very fun. We're finishing on Rondo as well today, I believe, which is sort of an interesting format where you're holding a lot of those points for those last games of the day, which is kind of wild. Could shake things up at the end of the day. Here's our calendar. We're in it. We're in the thick of it right now. We're at the end of the calendar. It's just the 8th through to the 10th. So at least you know that if you want to catch that final day, be here in 2 days. But I recommend you stick around for the entirety because it is going to be a great time. First place will be earning themselves $6,000. Second place with $4,000 and third with $2,450. So there is a lot of money on the line. And just for being here, you get $250 total.
Absolutely. You're able to earn that after having already earned at least, well, I think actually already, was it 200, I think, for placing 16th minimum? So everyone here will be already have earned from PMCO. Either way, they're going to be in with a guaranteed 250 prize, as well as some accolades on that side as well. Every chicken dinner's worth $100, MVP $700. Our top fragger as well will get $500. MVP and top fragger may well go to the same person. So if you're out for blood, make sure that you're going to earn the cash for it. That's what is going to be on the cards. The point system, you should be used to it by now if you've been watching PUBG Mobile for a while, or if you're tuning back in from 2019, then it will be a little bit different. But the 10 points for the chicken dinner remains and 1 point per elimination.
Which is very regular. I mean, I do miss the days of PEC where you got 2 elims for 2 points for each elim that you got in the first 2 zones. That was always fun to watch, but this is much more fair, I would say. Yeah. And if we still had that in play, Rondo would be an absolute nightmare in terms of those performances. But here are our playing teams for today. The notable ones are Boars Gaming, Kodiak, Hatyara Crew, Vincherry Mortem. Outside of that, I would say SWAT Europa, Gods Reborn, both very, very good teams, as well as Golden Guardian. Some of these other squads have fought tooth and nail to be here, but maybe we're a little bit lower down on the list. Now, I'm kind of wondering about Gods Reborn as well as SWAT Europa. Do we get the continuation? Goodness me, of the hot drop over in Pachinki or not? Do we do something a little bit different?
I mean, we'll literally just have to wait and see because it really played badly, more so for SWAT Europa than Gods Reborn, but still, neither of them really had a happy time and hampered their point scoring ability because of it. We've got 3 Erangels today, and of course, generally it makes up 50% of the map pool. As you highlighted before as well, Rondo to close the day. We've normally seen it stacked towards the start of days before, so it would be interesting to see teams going to be able to keep up the stamina, right? Because Rondo is such a big point earning game. Are we going to see teams come into this game later feeling a little bit tired, not able to get it done? And by extension, if everybody's feeling a bit tired, are there going to be more mistakes? Are there going to be more early game eliminations?
No, it's a good point. I think that, you know, by the 5th match, you're already kind of tired at that point. I always do think the 6-match set is very brutal overall, but it is fun to watch. But that Rondo, the last game, keeping up that momentum is going to be difficult. So will it diminish the amount of eliminations? Will you try and keep something in the reserves for that game? If you went out early, any of the other matches, you might have an advantage, right? You've had a big relax, you had a big break up until that Rondo. So it's going to be interesting. It definitely will change things up in terms of the standings.
Yeah, it's the first time we're going to see it towards the end of the day, and we'll see how that plays for our teams. We're still going to expect massive hot drops coming on through. We have some very aggressive teams in this lobby, especially. We've twice broken 100 elim games on our rondos. The 3 rondos that we had, 2 of them broke 100, which was pretty monumental. Normally you're seeing around 60 elims per match, so adding 40 more points to the lobby is a real table shaker.
I think there's absolutely no punishment for going for res beacons at all. There's no way to deny a team from doing it either. I think that is probably Rondo's biggest issue, right? Where it's just a strategy that can be pulled off over and over and over with no recompense. So I do think that in the future, maybe that'll change, but for now, this is the way we play. Our live drop will be happening over the course of this one. We are sponsored by the beautiful BuffBuff, who do provide cheap UC and 24/7 online customer service. So make sure you check them out, but also check out the live chat. I'll be dropping codes every single day. There's loads of UC to be grabbed over the course of this grand finals. We're doing this from day 1 through to day 3, so keep your eyes peeled.
Absolutely. It is fastest finger first. Whoever enters the code first gets a chunk of that UC. So make sure you are paying attention, because that is where it's going to count. You get in there first, get a whole chunk of change. Very nice, very nice. Moving over now a little bit more towards what we're looking at in this first match. You highlighted that Gods Reborn SWAT Europa hot drop. Of those 2 teams, if one of them were to leave, who would you expect to see that change happen with?
Okay, logically, it should be Gods Reborn, because I think that they are technically the better team, in which case you want to maximize your performance throughout the entirety of the day. Illogically, Gods Reborn just stays, and then you try and claim Pachinki off of SWAT Europa, which does cost you a game. And this is a bit of a sprint now over those 3 days, and one bad game can be the difference, can be the decider between you grabbing a 3rd place or a 2nd place. So I do think that that's kind of it's a difficult one to really look at, but the onus is absolutely on Gods Reborn, right? It's those are the guys you have to make that decision. SWAT Europa, it's like they could do either. I don't know if they'll win the fight in Pachinki though, so a little bit tougher of an approach for them.
Yeah, I think that all makes perfect sense. It would be. It's always fun to see an early game hot drop, right? It's exciting, it's fun, but it plays havoc with your points, especially when you're playing 50% of your maps on a hot drop. We saw multiple times where these 2 teams were dropping in there, and only 1 player out of the 8 was making it out there. 1, 2, 3 players out of their team making it out there, and at the compensation of maybe getting 4 points for your team, it just doesn't feel like it's commensurate value. And yeah, we'll hope to see that one shift on up. A lot of difficult rotations have been seen so far on our Erangels as well. We've had military islands, we've had some nasty plane paths as well on that south side, so maybe that's shaken the nerves a little bit, but hopefully they've had time to calm down and come into this one with level heads. And maybe that's the thing, right? Maybe they've had time to re-strategize into this one, coming off of a week of downtime. They can potentially look for those other places, look for somewhere else to go where maybe they didn't feel comfortable re-strategizing within the last weekend.
Oh, I mean, talking strategy, I think this is a great time to bring up that it is the same 16 teams every single time. We're not in that groups format anymore. It's a really, really big deal, especially when it comes to identifying rotations, where teams are playing, how you want to play off the back of that. Typically, your better teams will gain much more of an advantage off the back of this. If they can figure out where you're rotating from, what your usual path is like, they have a much cleaner path towards that late game than other teams do, and it's where they thrive. But we are getting in towards Erangel to start things off here for the PMGO Western Europe Finals to decide who will be heading to the next stage.
We have taken off into the skies once more. The PMGO demands sacrifice, and 15 of our teams will be going down before one will stand above the rest in this match, and the 17 after it. Erangel, straight across the middle. Nice and easy playing path here, blank. No drama to start things off, so it looks like we're going to calm ourselves down now.
Yeah, super easy to work with this one. I don't think anyone's too bothered about this at all. Again, like I said, 16 teams every single time. This is going to make it very, very easy for teams in between each day to identify where they were going wrong and how they can adjust. But like you said, over that course of the week, or week-ish off, these teams have had a lot of time to identify exactly what each of these teams does. You're just looking at 15 other squads. If that, you're mainly looking at like the top ones anyway. You spend a little bit more time on. Which is why sometimes you do see on that first day a little bit of a wild card surprise for some of the squads you didn't expect, is because teams haven't looked at them all that much because they weren't expecting a massive amount, so they could catch teams off guard. So the more time you spend, the better. But again, most teams are going to be looking at that top 8 from last week and how they're going to deal with them.
It will definitely be targets on the backs of a couple of our higher performing rosters. And we are looking at Pachinki right now. That bright pink, was that fuchsia maybe for Gods Reborn? Seems to be Solo and SWAT Reborn now down on that south side. So no hot drop in Pachinki this time around, as the Boars are going to drop out over Western Yaz. But it looks like they've got some neighbours. Kodiak are sent up there, as well as... Which other team is that? I can't quite make it out on the map.
I believe that's Havoc, right?
Yeah.
But weird. Very weird to see 3 teams in Yasnaya. In fact, very strange to see Havoc in Yasnaya. That is a strange one. I mean, Kodiak and Boars I can sort of understand because they've shared this locale before. But if you're Havoc, why are you dropping here? Doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Again, for SWAT Europa, very pleased with the decision they made. Well done. Good stuff that they were headed down towards Ferry Pier. Towards Yellows. That is a good place to play from. And like I said, the onus was absolutely on Gods Reborn, right? Where they could continue dropping there. They definitely had the firepower to make it work. But it seems they were confident that SWAT Europa weren't going to challenge them on that. So it's great news. Very, very good news for them.
SWAT Europa playing that south coast. Looks like they're looking for the regroup, and that re-strategization did come through. The circle, not really too dramatic, not going to be a military island finish, likely to be around those Gatka fields now, so access to that on the western side for SWAT Europa is a pretty good result for them. Gods Reborn as well, depending on how fast they get out of Pachinki, could have a good time with things as well. At the moment, it is Alpi who command the majority of the Gatka field on the western side of this circle. We'll see a lot of teams joining them fairly presently, you'd imagine, over the course of the next few minutes, moving down around the Everest area and in from that south side around Ferry Pier.
Every single game, it seems like Kodiak is picking up the loot truck, right? Getting a load of extra goodies on board nice and early, which is great for them. I do think for SWAT Europa, they'll probably watch this back and start playing Ferry Pier from now on. Trash dropping Yellows is not bad, but it's not great either. You'd much rather pick up the entirety of Ferry Pier, because it feels like right now TBSS is playing this sort of like also trash split drop on the eastern side of Quarry. So some confusing drops at the start of the day. You wonder how much this has been discussed from team to team. There's a lot of times what you would do is you'd start your day, you'd talk to every other squad, you'd be like, this is what we're calling dibs on. It's generally the done thing, but a lot of times teams will go against it. Then you get situations like this where squads aren't really sure where to drop.
And also, some of these teams will be a little bit less experienced, right? And maybe they're not sort of settled into the idea of that, or playing in that sort of strategy. So we could be seeing the artifacts of that as well. It could also be just a probing match, right? They're sort of dropping near where they want to drop, but not going in there to see who's going to try and drop in there instead of them, or if they're going to face a hot drop going into the rest of the matches. Because there's so many Erangels, maybe a little bit more value to be gained in going for these probing trash loot drops and then transition in the next Erangel that we see into something like that. But I'm very prepared to eat my words on that one. I feel like that could also just be a massive cope on my part.
Could be massive cope. I don't think you're entirely wrong, to be honest. I think if you're dropping there and you're on side with the guys from SWAT Europa, you see that Ferry Pier is clear, then the next game you look to go through it. I don't think it's something that gets changed from match to match, because you don't have a lot of time to review these matches, John, honestly.
No, between the games, I mean, it depends how early you go out, right? If you go out minute 10, you've got a little bit more time, right? You've got at least a quarter of an hour, a little bit of time between the matches. You've probably got about 25 minutes, and you can make a strategy. And you probably, if that is your idea, right, to spot out your drop location before fully committing to it for the long run, you probably have already pre-stratted what you will do. Should you see a team there? Should you not? You probably have a couple of expectations. So it's all about the prep on that front as to how viable that sort of an idea might be.
Yeah, what's your plan going in? Absolutely. You definitely need to have one. Figure out for next stage. I think for SWAT Europa dropping down, you have a quick scout towards Ferry Pier. You see that TBSS is sort of dropping around that location. They don't fully commit to Ferry Pier, so you just swing off towards yellow. I don't think it's entirely bad. Epsilon Axe here, currently getting taken down by one player here from Hot Yara crew, and it is the one and only. It is Loco.
Is a 1v2 there, and it's easy work for Loco to be able to spin up the old steam engine and look to chug their way to the top of the tables for now. They have 2 points on the card and obviously sit in first place right now because of it, but plenty more of the game left to play. Yara crew, however, will be happy to be able to take that area, and playing on the split that they are right now, it's really good for a lineup to be able to hold that and also diminish the power of a team that's going to be potentially trying to put pressure on you from that eastern side.
I think, you know what, Loco, I think he's too good for his own good, which is not something that I've said very often in my commentary career. When you can do stuff like that, you feel like you can get away with a lot more. You start to play a little bit unsafe, which you've already seen before with Loco. It's hard to say, right? Because realistically, we should be praising the guy. And appreciate the immediate replay on this one, because it's a good setup. I mean, they roll up easy pickings for him. That's going to get punished a lot more as the further they get into the circuit. I mean, if Yara crew head over towards PMGO, which I don't think is a far cry from happening, yeah, that sort of stuff that will need to be solved, or it will show itself.
It is definitely a vulnerability of theirs. I mean, often, right, making these plays that people don't expect because you feel like you can get away with it can play into your favor, right? Even at the top level, it's just a question of, are you actually that much better than the rest of the lobby? At this stage, maybe you are. Maybe Loco is just an incredible talent in this region. Moving to the global stage, there are plenty of other players who I think can go toe-to-toe in terms of just pure firepower skill. And at that point, if you're relying on that play style, that's when it becomes dangerous. And I think that's what you were sort of getting towards, basically.
Well, I think it's because he plays solo so often, right? I think that's the main issue, is that type of play is going to get punished. So when you don't play a 2-2, like, yes, you could 1v2 effectively, but what happens when you can't? Right, suddenly you're a player down. But I do hope this is the thing where he's just taking advantage of the lobby. He can make those plays. 2 eliminations is going to really affect the long run in terms of those points. If you can do something like that every single game or every other match, that's great news. That's great news to them. Shroom goes down to Matt from Far West Game, which is not a great start there for Vincere Mortem. Loco, though, continuing.
Yeah, he's found Rain, and they're also embroiled with Epsilon Axe, so Stuff is popping off across the map, but at the top of Everest, atop the mountain. Vincere Mortem, they got that knockover onto Shoom. A lot of damage done to Semitena as well, but he can't get that first aid off in time. Not going to matter, though. He chugs the DBS to the belly and will be able to send one down. The nade over the top does get the answer, and Far Voice Gaming are doing pretty well right now. Seiko in a good place to look for this res. Shoom not going to be revived just yet either, so Vincere Mortem still on 2 players alive. Far Voice looking to put pressure on. They have got more sightlines to play with. Takimi goes very, very low and just about ducks back behind that damage as Shoom gets back to his feet. Vincere Mortem back to 3.
Yeah, I think right there for Vincere Mortem, they're just looking for a knock, right? That's all they need. They get one, they get a second. This is great news and a re-knock. Great nades from Takimi and Safix here, which is really assisting them in this process. Don't know where that car came from.
So it's just there. Sometimes that happens. Safix around the edge of the rocks here. Shoom darting down, trying to allow some pressure off of his teammates to get some healing done. The backline is found with a strafe spray, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. Low HP shotguns around the edge goes the way of Far Voice Gaming, and now it's a 1 versus 1 on this high ground. Seiko gonna try and find that peak early. Shoom able to get some healing done, and Far Voice fall. 1 player is the cost of it. They get 4 points on the board, but Far Voice cannot stand the test.
That's a tough call for Shoom, man. Very, very tough call. I actually do appreciate how well he played that under pressure. Because you're in this situation, goodness me, we'll put that on a tab for the time being, because Team Demon currently going up against Ritzy. I believe that this is Ritzy's almost final member, right? There's 1 more player around the side at the moment. He goes down, Scythe is out. Now just 2-pack to work with. This is a bit of a slobber knocker. You got Golden Guardians in this location as well. Team rate is down. Methodically torn apart by Hatyara crew. Up to 6 elims on this match.
Really nice stuff for Hatyara crew. They are certainly taking the lessons they've learned last week well. Circle shifts back down towards the open area to the south of Ruins, just southwest of Rozhok as well, north of Pachinki. Is everybody now fighting for a slice of it, really getting in amongst it on the southwest corner of Pachinki, but it looks to have quieted down now after the brawls unfolded. I think it's going to stay a little bit quieter there. With the circle sitting as it is, there's a lot of open ground in the middle, Blank. And right now, Hatyara crew on that northwest side in Ruins. Potential to have a lot of control over the north side of this one.
Yeah, you've got a lot of space to worry with. Anyway, let's go back to what I was talking about before with Shoom, because I do think he played that Everest very well under pressure, right? You get those situations where 3 of your teammates are down and you're desperate to keep all of them up. And that's where you make mistakes, right? Because you start pushing where you shouldn't. In that situation, I think he plays it well. Yes, he has to lose Safix for it, but it's better to play on a 3 than risk them all going down in that instant to a bit of a panic play. So I think that was the right move from Shoom. I think a lot of people talk about how you could have kept your entire team alive there. Well, it's not always as easy as that. That, though, I don't agree with. That's a bit more bold.
Just gonna rock it out. Drops the car off and gets away from it. The nades seem to be finding the mark, though. Shoom looking for a little bit more healing here. Vincere Mortem wanting to get ahead of Alpi on the western side. He does have another first aid behind this one, but the armor's looking pretty tattered. Quite raggedy. The nades continue to pour in, and Alpi do connect with one. His vehicle is still available, so he could be able to just about find the rollout. With Safix moving ahead as well, they do have that foothold ahead and look for that off angle to suppress the aggression onto Shoom's angle, but Takimi's not being able to do too much to stop it. Shoom trying to get out of dodge now, but up towards Gods Reborn. Will try and find their way on out. Gods Reborn are going to be playing as 4, so it would be a little bit stiffer of a hold, and yeah, they're going back up the mountain.
Indeed. I mean, it's not a terrible place to play in terms of scouting, but that's essentially what you have to do here. Good, there's some nice shots. 77 falls to his demise. Yeah, I think that if you're Vincere Mortem there, you realize it's a bad fight. That's a bad fight to take with Alpi. You're not gaining anything off the back of that at all. I think 77 fell out of the building as he was getting shot. So I think he took a little tickle of damage. That is perfect situation to fall back on from the Shoom play, right? I think you just let 77 go down there. I think it's almost impossible to get him back up again. A Hail Mary approach like that, you're going to lose more members. So now Golden Guardian suddenly down to basically 2. I don't think you can get 77 back up. Hoxie's now down. This is an awkward approach for them. From what was a good spot, I don't think that they need to be further down on that southeast side. Ball's currently playing Boatyard, which is a great place to be, but we are heading over towards those infamous hills that just sit to the south side of it.
Oh, it's a lot of open ground there, Blank. Very, very difficult for multiple teams to be stuck in the middle of this one. So it is going to be about the teams lining the edge, I feel, for the next circle or two before we see some movement out into the open ground. A couple of defilades that are playable, a couple of spots that you can try and sort of squeeze yourself into to find some cover, but it is really slim pickings out there. Plenty of teams are going to ride strong for it at the moment. God's Reborn, they're on the hunt for Alpi, and Alpi don't seem to have an answer. Try to go for the seat swap spray down, but they just keep cool, calm, and collected. God's Reborn, we're going to pick up the points for it, and really no contest on that front.
Yeah, it's a fantastic spray down from Kashi. You don't see those all that often, so very, very well done. Jerry Moore managed to squeeze in over towards the southwest side, but Yara Crew still the majority of the approach there. Basically, they're holding on that northwest side. They don't want to let teams over this ridge. They want every team to be slightly underneath them so they can play a little bit better from those ruins, which makes sense to me. But Gods Reborn are going to try for it. They're all set up in vehicles. Do you wonder where they're going to go next? This area towards the center, John. Can't get a huge amount of teams there, but it is possible to coexist in the center. But late game. Whilst there's still those ruins in, still Boatyard in, it's a little bit more dangerous to go for that center play.
Yeah, as you say, like you can be on the hill with other teams, but it's the teams around it you need to worry about. And right now, there is that perimeter established, especially from that ruin side, as you said. So many teams playing up there. We saw SWAT Europa claiming a couple of the players leaving Pachinki. Hopefully, they're sort of feeling pretty smug with themselves right now, because they're sort of saying, "You guys went to Pachinki? that place sucks. We're not going there." And they did manage to get around it and look to guard out on the edge. Hopefully, they'll have some positions going on well for them there as well. As Havoc did try to leave, they lost one to that holdout. And players are starting to fall from Pachinki. No one really having a good time. Kodiak playing out on the northeast side of it. Yet to chime in on the elim count. Meanwhile, over on the north side, Hayara Crew did lose one. Looks like they traded for it, though, and came out the better. But not losing all your players, probably slightly more important here. And they have kept Loco on side, to be fair.
Yeah, I think what happened here, again, like I said, they were just holding that northwest side. Gods Reborn did try for it, got punished. Obviously, Hayara Crew did lose one player off the back of that one. Loco's still up, though, which is great. As is Calais. What 17-15 is going to do with this one, because they are delaying big time. They're on the western edge, and they don't have a whole lot of room to play around with. We'll see where this next circle goes. There is the compounds down towards that south side, which absolutely no one cares about right now, which is reoccurring trend here from PMCO knockouts into the PMGO Finals. Western Europe Finals, at least. We're not there yet. We're not there yet.
Yeah, hold your horses. Come on. They're not in Jakarta for now. As the teams... Yeah, it seems like they just leave these fairly obvious spots going. Looks like SWAT are going to play it on that southwest side now. Certainly scouting it with Eclipse, and should be finding out that it's empty fairly soon. Grab a couple of those buildings. That transition going to happen. Havoc being kept locked in by Momodal and the backstop for SWAT Europa as well. Yeah, no one's leaving Pachinki unscathed, and that is going to be the end of it, really, for the teams on that south side. The teams on the northeast, though, are starting to congregate. Everyone in Ruins seems to have found themselves that little slice, but the northeast side with the Boars playing up towards Kodiak and also TBSS playing this defilade, this divot, one of those really slim-picking spots that I was talking about before, could potentially come to a loggerheads at the moment with the circle shifting all the way southwest.
Yeah, a lot of nice little updates that came through for Erangel over the years, and that is one of them. Having a lot more of these almost crater areas on the map to play around with in these massively open zones. I think one of the few areas that hasn't really been touched like that is the northwest side of Yasnaya. That place is still held to play. But yeah, there's plenty more space to move around with, especially south here of Boatyard. Still tough, though. I still completely agree with you. It's very, very tough to work around with. You can see the amount of teams that still play on the outside. SWAT Europa, freest game of their life. Again, very odd that no one picked up that compound. Very similar to what happened in the final match of the knockouts, where Kodiak doesn't go for the obvious compound on the eastern side of the bridge on Sosnovka because they assume it's taken. And Far Voice Gaming managed to just swim straight in, realizing it's a ghost town there. So again, there's a lot of spots where teams are just assuming that there's team there and not checking it.
Yeah, a little bit slow on the scouting. Boars are going to look to leave Boatyard now. Hopefully they've been doing their due diligence and coming through with a little bit of scouted info. Only time will tell. For now, they have been fairly quiet. No elims so far, just been holding their ground, starting to poke their noses out. Yara crew, they lost one. Loco was down, but he did just get rezzed there. Vincere Mortem with their one player left standing. Launching some ordnance, lining up the spray with the AUG, but it's not quite connecting. And the nade on the top, really not going to go the distance either. Shotgun now. Wanted to try and just tag something on, but there's an off angle. There's a third party. No, hang on a minute. That did come from Dakimi. How on earth did he manage to get that amount of damage over towards Lazzy? May have been a third party to tickle him down lower. These nades just really not finding the distance. They're sitting on top of the wall.
I mean, I know what Loco's trying to achieve with these, which is an air burst over the top because it's a bit awkward to get a nade over there. But yeah, not easy. Not easy. 3 nades still remaining to play around with. But still a 9 elim game up towards the top 10. It's not bad. Not bad at all for that Yara crew. The position they're playing. It's always funny watching like the PMCO knockouts into this stage of play because players are getting to that point where they are very, very good. You know, we are looking at some very good teams, some emerging talent. We also have that situation where everyone has the same idea in mind of there's no way that compound is not taken, right? We all do it in our own games, but we assume a compound is not free because it's the right thing to say because that's a game-winning compound. That's what Europa has. So we just think to ourselves, you know, there's no way we can grab that. But when everyone in the lobby does the same thing, you suddenly have a lot of spaces on the map which are completely open. Sticky bomb over the top. 2 of them.
Oh.
You madman.
Okay, and then Rob's able to get a knock from that first one, doing so much damage to TBSS. Snoix is there. Ragnazada with the long angle. Terminus keeping their back flank safe as well. Rob's in a position to be resable here, as long as they got that damage done. Tornado. Really not on the best of luck with his teammates right now. There's that off angle from Ragnazada. Really well held by the Boars. The hop up, Dakimi really giving the last 2, well, not the last 2 players, but the 2 players in this fight from Yara crew the runaround. He is being a little bit rascally there. Loco wanting to put an end to this chaos, but seemingly unsuccessfully steps out into the blue zone. Does manage to get a bead on him, but shoots around his feet. Makes him dance a little, but that's not going to be a point.
I do love that. It's like not a play that a lot of people would go for, but it's that play that Loco absolutely would. Going for it again. He's just taking the fight to him. Lazzy will finish him off there. That's tough because suddenly there's a new angle you have to worry about if you are Dakimi. No longer you just worrying about what's in front of you. You don't know when Loco's going to peek from behind. So I think when Lazzy does go for that inevitable peek around the side, you are so perplexed. So I think that's a great move from Loco, if not just to put the fear of God in him, right? That's it.
Hey, that's aura, man. That's what you need sometimes in that scenario. 3 players, 10 elims, already a brilliant match from Yara crew. A lot of teams now looking to convert on the point scoring potential, but it seems like that opportunity is just going to get denied to them. With Calais actually not even going down there either. That's a really solid transition down to the south. They did get the points for that one, though. Hang on a minute. Where did they go?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like they picked those up.
Did that go over to swap, maybe?
I think someone else managed to steal them away.
Yeah, must have done.
Weirdly enough. Not sure how that happened. But for Yara crew, yeah, not a bad game. Not a bad game playing in from Ruins. I think this was your pick as well in terms of predictions.
I had them in my top 3. I had them in 3rd, though.
I'm reasonable.
So I'm pretty smug right now. Although it is 1 of 18, so you know, I'll keep it under wraps for the smugglers for the time being. No nades for Robs. You would love to launch some ordnance over towards TBSS. They have been playing in those craters that you talked about earlier. One of the downsides of those craters is that they are just nade funnels, right? You just plonk those nades over the top. More than likely, you're going to be able to find some damage. The M1 not quite connecting over towards Zada. Team TBSS really not finding those damaging openings. And they have Robs now starting to peek, getting antsy. He doesn't have any nades or anything, so he says, you know what? I'll do it the old-fashioned way. Snowex is there to play as well. And now it's just Albana left standing for Team TBSS. And to his credit, does manage to get something done, although that does come through from Kodiak across the way, who have been watching this fight unfold before them.
I mean, Terminus has to get in the vehicle right now. He can't really wait too long. I think they're just on the edge of the blue, so actually this is fine. So quick smoke down. Yeah, with Model finding that, I do wonder if Kodiak is just going to rock up. Now, that is a very aggressive rock up from 20. I think he is used to bullying lobbies, and this is not a team you can bully.
Yeah, it's not going to happen like that, unfortunately. Can't quite find the opener, but let's see if the rest of Kodiak can do the job. They have got 2 players now left standing. They've sent another solo player up into the fight. However, it is now a much more diminished Boars that they're going to find on the receiving end. Not really going to get success that way either. And with the zone closing in 20 seconds, they're going to have to leave this spot as well. And it's SWAT Europa from across the zone in their building still blank, who are just taking shots out their way. 5 elims for SWAT.
Yeah, not terrible. Not terrible at all. I sort of understand the sticky bomb there. Tries to go for the finish on the knock, but that's already done. Our crew having a little look across themselves as well. For Boars, pretty good resilience, being able to survive that one. I think Kodiak gets way too aggressive. That position had a lot of sight lines on towards it. That might explore in the vehicles there. I don't know how he really squeezes out from it, but Cass is on the edge of the blue. We'll see what we can do with this one. Boars might have a beat over towards him from Wagnerzada.
The blue zone. Yeah, he's been spotted there. Goes down to the play zone, though, so point denied. Again, Yara Crew will not be earning that point, unfortunately. On the north side, they have got quite a bit of control, but it's SWAT Europa on the inside of these, and, well, rather, on the roofs of these buildings, on the inside of this compound, that are going to have so much oversight for this next circle. But if they have to leave, if Yara Crew can weather that storm, or if the remnants of the Boars can weather that storm, there is a potential that they could turn this one around.
I wonder if Wagnerzada has a sideline over towards this. I mean, it looks like he should do. He just made that peak. The model had to move over the top. I think kind of baiting out the shots a little bit. Move around to the side. But SWAT Europa, this is just a shooting gallery for them, right? I mean, Wagnerzada was incredibly good over towards the knockouts. That seems to have not changed all that much from here. Loco, alongside with the rest of the crew, still looking to make this game work. As he back up, he's going to make a swing around the side. Fairly wild play, but does set themselves up nicely between SWAT Europa as well as Boars here. So looking to secure that second place, John.
Ooh, the circle shift blank. It goes away from the SWAT Europa compound and sits on top of where the Boars are playing, as well as that high Yara Crew position. This is an interesting circle now. This did just get hot. SWAT Europa were happy to sit here for as long as possible. They've only managed to get 5 elims, but that is still going to be a great result. Guaranteed at least 10 points this match. How much further can they go, though? Because there is still players out there wanting to take their heads. How much pressure can they exert forwards? There's really not a lot of cover to play around that's going to be secure against both of these 2 teams' sightlines.
I mean, Loco's in a nasty spot to play up against him because they've got to get off this ridge side, right? And Loco does have the side swipe on it. Pretty much SWAT Europa has to take advantage of their numbers, but one going out on their own, not ideal. Does anchor a position, though, for the rest of the squad to move over towards. Andy Boy has to play his high ground to provide a little bit of backup for them. But the nades are going to come in very quickly. A little bit of damage done, but more to be thrown over the top. This might be a good time for Boars to backstab, actually, whilst it's going down. You see the initial knock. Andy Boy goes down to the play zone. Snowex will find him, so another point secured for them.
I think he took a lot of damage and was just in the blue. Big nade from Loco. Splits between the 2 and will burst 2 of SWAT Europa down, leaving this compound really, really tricky for them. Looks like they might be going down in 3rd place right now with just a sliver of HP between them and elimination. Loco wants to put more on the top of it. Tie the bow on the position, and Eclipse falls. That nade comes on through. Nicely found behind the crate. And Lazzy, the one to be able to put that one there. 13 elims, and now they're looking for the Boars. 3 versus 2. Wagnerzada spotted, and he's a sitting duck for the spray down. Now the last player to stand for the Boars in the way of Yara Crew. And I just don't believe it's gonna happen. Snowex, he's a mighty fine player, but is he this good? I don't know.
That's a wild spray coming through from these incredibly accurate grenades on top of it. I don't even know how he spotted him. Obviously, we've got the X-ray vision, so it makes it a little bit different for us. But Hat Yara crew on for a fantastic game. I mean, Snorks has got the MK14, but that's about it. And it will be Hat Yara crew taking themselves the first chicken dinner of the PMGO Western Europe Finals. Yeah, very, very well done. Very well done. I don't know how he spotted Baghdasada. I think he must have seen the barest amount of his back there.
Yeah, it was really, really pixels involved on that situation. 15 elims found as well for Hat Yara crew. They are coming out the gate swinging, and that is a great way to start controlling the ruins area. It wasn't an easy road for them, Blank, right? And if you compare that to a team like SWAT Europa, they made fairly by-the-book decisions. They had very clear objectives. There wasn't really a lot of tough decision-making to be made for SWAT Europa. They did very well, don't get me wrong, but I think Hat Yara crew have some really solid heads on their shoulders right now. They have seemingly made some solid decisions to start things off. Loco with 1,400 damage. That is exactly representative of what we saw from him in that match.
Yeah, impressive result. Very, very impressive result from all these players. I do think that it's just, they are very, very accurate gun skill wise, very good. Hard to teach that kind of gameplay as well in terms of the team fights that they're able to take. Really cool. Really, really cool stuff coming through from Hat Yara crew. Sad for SWAT Europa though. I mean, that's like the worst circle for them. Even if the circle goes center there, it doesn't really favor anyone because everyone has to go in the open ground. But when it shifts so hard over towards that eastern side, suddenly leaves that ridge in, which puts then SWAT Europa in a really bad problem. I think that the only other play they would have had is to swipe round towards the south side of the map. But even then, you've got to go as 4 and you don't have any oversight at that point in time. There's a really difficult decision to make. I don't think they made the wrong choice. It was just a hard play to go for.
Yeah, it is real tough stuff as well. 7 elims coming through from the Boars, so not a slow opening for them either. A lot of very strong teams getting quite late into this game. Blank. Yeah, well, yeah, Kodiak, they were in very late as well. They were getting up towards, I think it was 4th place. No surprises here in terms of the MVP. Of course, it's going to be Loco there. 7 elims, 1,409 damage, surviving right until the very end. Very nice stuff. And seven knockouts as well. So keeping that one nice and level with his elim count. But yeah, some of the big guns of this lobby opening up very, very well. It's seemingly kind of what we expected, probably with a notable exception of SWAT Europa, but we haven't actually seen them unleashed on Erangel before, so it's nice to see them get a result in the books on a good decision.
Considering they weren't locked down in the PMGO game, which is cool. But here are our top players currently after that last match. So Skiro as well as Andy Boy being able to get themselves on the table. But it is Snoix who I've got a, I'm a big fan of Snoix. I think he's a good player. I think that he's one of the few guys that has been on multiple teams, but just kept grinding and grinding and grinding. Again, I do think he's one of the more underrated players over in Western Europe overall. Even throughout the years where he's been on some really big top teams, sometimes he gets benched. I don't know why. I think he is overall very reliable player.
Yeah, absolutely. He's definitely, as you say, been on a lot of world-class rosters, and maybe Boars will be the next one to see them rise to their ascendancy. 25 points for Hat Yara crew to be able to open their campaign. Kodiak as well up there in the top spots with 9 points earned this game. Vincere Mortem, I think, is the only big heavy hitter that wasn't in towards the late game, but they still got 4 points on this match.
Yeah, still 4 points on it. I mean, Vincere Mortem, I don't know how else they could really play that game. I think they had some tough fights to go for. I think their big mistake was trying to send it down towards LP, just because they weren't really gaining anything from the back of that, and I think they realized that quite quickly. Like, why have we done this? So they moved back up to Everest, trying to solo towards ruins, and by that time it's way too late.
Yeah, not quite able to get the sort of control that Yara crew had been establishing for several phases, right, before that, up until that time. Boars were able to stay in Boatyard for a long, long time as well after their transition from Yasnaya on the drop, where we saw 3 teams heading on in as well. But yeah, being able to just control a load of Boatyard, a lot of the area around there, that obviously played them very well, but not quite able to take them the full distance. Of course, Hat Yara crew closing down with the chicken dinner to open the bidding here at the PMGO. We got a couple of highlights from that last match. We'll be coming back very, very quickly. So we'll see you guys in a few seconds. There you go. Plenty of highlights from that last match. The open grounds, the headshot hills were where we found the ending of that game. It was really, really difficult scenario for a lot of our teams. That perimeter established itself fairly early. So tough stuff to be able to get through. And as you pointed out as well, SWAT made the decision that no one else was making to go for that game-winning compound. Maybe we'll see those sorts of things start to tidy up, but maybe not today. We'll have to wait for another day to see that one come on through. But our next map is Miramar, Blank.
Yeah, it's going to be adaptation day tomorrow, right? Where teams are going to start figuring stuff out from yesterday. They'll watch some of the games back and have a little look. They may not be watching them tonight. You know, maybe you want to recharge a little bit, probably watch them tomorrow during the daytime, because we are playing a little bit later in the day, at least for a lot of Europe. But we're heading over towards Miramar next, which is a whole different playing field. You never know, maybe you got some people on the side watching back some of those games. They were able to look at where people were dropping an Erangel. Maybe our next match after this one, things do change. We do get a fairly southern playing path here on Miramar. Not horrendous. It's not great either.
No, it's going to limit access to areas like La Coqueria, up towards Torre Armada as well. Might cause a couple of scuffles early on. But seems like our teams in general on Miramar have been a little bit more disciplined than they were on some of our other maps. And we'll see if they can find peace here at the start on the drop, or if we are going to go toe-to-toe with a couple of teams taking on one another. Waiting to see where all of these players end up going in this configuration of the lobby of 16. Looks like balls are going to be out over Chumacera. We'll be playing in the areas around Minister Valle too.
I'm just having a look at where these teams are heading out from. Balls, obviously, like you're saying, dropping fairly early here. Havoc down towards the south side, and Venturi Mob kind of a regular drop for them, where they do like to just saddle up around like western side and just head over towards the north, wrap around that way, which I think is absolutely fine. Gives them a lot of options, especially if the circle does come over to us. That western side, they can stop anytime they like. And they should be first over towards El Pozzo, or even just the fields underneath, if the circle heads over towards this western side. If it doesn't, you know, it's the long wrap round towards the north, or the long wrap round back towards that south side, which is where we're going. We do have Los Leones in, but this is a little bit more undecided where it's heading. Still got a lot of Impala still in this one. You've got a lot of the high ground that sits over towards that eastern side. No massive individual components here outside of Los Leones, though, John.
There's seemingly options available for a lot of our teams. No big set plays, and they'll have to think rather than remember on strategies moving forward. Vincere Mortem, again, one of the heavy-hitting teams that we talked about last time. Sorry, at the end of that last match, not really performing at the standard of the others, but it is only one match, so hopefully here at Miramar, they will be able to do a little bit more. They are still sending up towards El Pozo, and will be probably entering fairly late into this zone. Although, to be fair, it's still only a minute and a half on the clock. There's still plenty of time to get looted and get on the road again, especially when you know that West Coast road is going to be free. There's no one really going to be guarding you out. It's when you get towards the edge of the circle that you're going to have to start to worry. And that is the area that Boars hold, right? In that Chumacera part of the map, maybe you try and swing further down south and clash through Havoc on that south coast, but it's more likely you find your way in maybe towards Picado and just south of that.
It's one of those games where it's going to be really dull for the first, 10 minutes. I'm not going to lie to you. Outside of some initial skirmishes, I do think this is one of those circles, one of those playing paths where everyone's already sort of set up, right? No one really needs to shift over too much. For Vincere Mortem, completely fine for them to just loot up an El Pozo. It's not the latest that they'll come in. If they were dropping La Coperia, I'd say something else about it. But El Pozo, get a ton of loot on board, get a lot to work with, head on down later on. Huge amount of space to work with on Miramar as well. A lot of times you barely even see another team when you're rotating in. So yeah, this is likely going to be one of the stage 2 standoffs. We're waiting for that. See where the circle does zone in on, and then play from there. But like I said, it is just weird, John, right? Because you've got the Picado Hills on the edge. You've got Impala on the edge. You've got Chumacera on the edge. You've got a lot of that high ground towards Puerto Paraiso. That's also on the edge. The only really big feature here is Los Leones, and you never really want to head into Los Leones too early. So it's just a strange one, right? You're probably picking up a lot of these regularly unused longhouses towards the center of the map, some of these little offshoot compounds that sit along the roadside. It's a strange game. I don't really like circles like this.
Yeah, it's could potentially be a bit unsettling. I mean, TBSS heading out all the way up towards the north. We're on board with them right now. Going to be playing in fairly late. But the question is, where do you go when you come back, right? You make that decision to go north, and maybe you're sort of waiting for that stage 2 zone. It's not out of the question to sit out in the blue a little bit and wait for it to come in, wait for zone 2 to reveal itself before fully committing. It's a pretty hard shrink on that zone 2 for Miramar, and often can be pretty decisive in terms of where you want to go to be prioritizing. So if you overcommit to the edge of a circle in stage 1, generally that's not going to go too well for you on in towards stage 2 if you're coming into the zones late.
Yeah, I mean, if I was playing this game, my sort of game plan right now probably would be to get as many vehicles as possible. So, I mean, ideally you'd want 4, and then find a suitable compound that can house all 4 of those vehicles without fear of them getting the tires shot out. That's basically what you're looking for. And then get relatively in the circle. That's it. That is it, because you just want to be prepped and ready, all in vehicles, just before that second circle comes through, so you can make a bit more of a concrete decision of where you want to end up. That's why this circle's strange, right? Is because we're essentially waiting at the traffic lights, and the traffic lights are on red, and it's going to be a while before they turn green, or even orange in this case.
Yeah, it's although, to be fair, traffic lights work differently in different countries, so depending on where you're watching, that made no sense. Although red and green are pretty universal. It's just as to when the oranges is. I've thought about this far too much, and to be honest, it's weird that I brought it up. SWAT are going to be trying to convert off a solid match, but that's not really how you want to do it. Buggies don't grow on trees, but they certainly get wedged on them. He's going to wait for Allende Boy to reverse in, give him a little bumper love, and he's on the road again. Let's go.
That's good. Greaties. Back in there. But as you can see, well, you can't see. I always say that. I always assume everyone can see the map feed. But no. Yeah, most teams are starting to move in now. Vincere Mortem's coming in through the road on Monte Nuevo. Everyone's just trying to get as central as possible, like I said, in preparation for that next shift. No one's trying to fight one another. I think the only team that, I say that as Terminus, Wolf, and SWAT Europa, I think the only team I'm somewhat worried about is TBSS. They are taking kind of an abnormally long time to get through water treatment.
Yeah, they went out north fairly late, I think it's safe to say. And they're really keen on playing the edge of the blue here. As I said before, like, where do you go when you start making that return south rotation? That really needs to be part of your game plan if you're going to head all the way up north. Boars are really hating on SWAT Europa right now. And it looks like, ooh.
Oh.
That's not ideal. They explode their own vehicle, though, so Boars only get 1 point so far. Although, oh no, hang on a minute, it was a knock. No, it was a self-knock there. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so they don't get the point. Point denial. Tactical.
Very much so. I think that's a mistake you don't often see, John, actually. I think I've seen it one time in International where players tried to explode a vehicle to create some cover in the moment and just blown themselves up. I've never seen it go as catastrophically bad as that has.
Yeah, that's pretty tough, I think, for SWAT. That's going to be a real knock to the confidence, if nothing else. Making bad plays happens, but when you're coming into a tournament, maybe as an underdog, you think, oh, look, we had a really great first game. Fantastic. We got 10 points on the cards, guys. Brilliant. And then you just get shredded so early in this. Miramar, on what should be a fairly peaceful circle, losing 2 of their players. Really bad stuff. And obviously, to one of your own mistakes, it's really jarring on the confidence.
That it is. We do get our circle shift, though, John, and there is a compound slap bang in the center of the ridge, just towards that western side, just towards the east of that. It's a very important compound to pick up, including the longhouse. So I think that if you're any teams here, you're trying to shoot off towards that location as fast as possible. That is a place you can play for a heck of a long time. No one's going for it again, though.
Well,
come on, guys, chop.
Where's SWAT Europa? Oh no, wait, they're on 2. Who do we think's going to take it? Who's going to be the team that's just going to find it? I'm going Far Voice Gaming. That's
Maybe.
what I'm.
Yeah, they are.
That's where I'm planting my flag.
They are the classic.
Just be like, oh, just go. It'll be fine.
I do wonder if it's a case of teams think it's a bit early to go for it, but I genuinely don't think it's a terrible idea. You can cover the vehicles quite easily in that area as well. Gods Reborn, they seem to be sending over towards the roadside, but they're diverting. Not bothering with it. I think maybe they'll wait for zone 3. Maybe I'm a bit gung-ho on this one, and I'm willing to accept that.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, to be fair, if you're approaching from the north, it's more likely that you play the ridge line, right? That sits behind that compound. Get some info, post up there, wait for zone 3, like you say. Maybe slow it down. So 17-15, that's a potential path forwards for Ritzy as well. That's a potential direction that they could look to head out in later. Maybe for TBSS, who are still up towards Minas Generalis and yet to enter the zone. Vincere Mortem as well, approaching from the north of Picardo, could potentially look to come on through there. So plenty of teams still can make that decision. But yeah, maybe they're looking to make that not quite just yet.
17-15 playing around Labendita. Labendita is a strange place to play. What is TBSS doing? Why are we still out here? In the blue.
They're taking their time, man.
It's zone 2. You really do take their time. I don't think it's bad, though. I can't be upset. I don't think it's...
You just were. What?
I'm trying not to be. Because technically it's not a bad play. Right,
yeah,
they can come in this late. It does just strike me as a bit odd.
Well, we'll see if it's going to work out, right? We'll see. We'll do some analysis in retrospect if it works or not, as to whether it was a good or bad play. That always seems to work out for us. But no, they have played it very late, and now actually with the circle moving across the Labendita crater, I think their point to come back in potentially leaves something to be desired. Gods Reborn do manage to crack off a couple of shots towards Alpi. Yeah, TBSS. I think they had plenty of other options than skirting the edge of the Labendita crater here, and Team Demon are all too happy to be able to pick up these points.
like I said, I think it is one of those things where for TBSS, this is a funnel point, right? Round 11 Dita is absolutely a funnel point. They had plenty of time to come in through San Martin over on that northern side, pass through Graveyard, get one of the compounds that currently Vincere Mortem's around. I don't know why you would go for the funnel. It's baffling.
Well, they have been baffled back to 1, and they will play on with just Albana playing in from the northeast side. That compound you were talking about before, that longhouse, looking a little bit more appetizing for a solo player. Do you reckon we're going to see Albana send it in?
I mean, I would. If I was him, I'd absolutely go for it. I wouldn't mess around. But it's a question of, again, if you're Albana, if you see that compound, you're thinking there's teams playing there. I think it would be very reasonable to think that at this stage of the game.
Well, there's reasonable.
Giving it a wide berth, though.
And there's reality. I mean, to be fair, it's really difficult to get out of that position once you entrench yourself in. And maybe at a stage 3, teams just aren't willing to commit. But as a survival solo, okay, not a survival solo anymore. We'll go down. Maybe you should have gone in. Yeah, I think overcommitting is definitely possible when you have so many ridges that cut off your sight lines if nothing else to other scouting positions, right? Because you're sat in the middle of this big crater. And sure, you might see teams poking their heads up, but beyond that, you really don't have too much information onto the firm positions of a lot of teams. So maybe as a stage 4 to stage 5 sort of thing when we see people making last ditch chance rotations.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, over towards the western side of that compound, it's very nice to play on that ridge side. It's a bit more open-like, but still very, very possible. There's lots of buildings on this outskirt down towards the southeast in Los Leones. What we're seeing on the screen right now is Vincere Mortem looking over towards 1750. Now, this is on the north side, and Vincere Mortem, although they're doing a good job of finding some of these knocks, they are the team that needs to move versus 1715. I think that initial knock is absolutely huge for them. I like that Takimi's holding behind. Shum is up, has created an anchor point now, so well worth trying to slingshot over his way. And I think 1715's hold has just absolutely been buckled.
Yeah, and they might need to retreat. They are now playing as 3 players after losing that first over to the longhouse. Maybe look to go up to the roadside, but with the threat of Vincere Mortem over the horizon, I don't think you can make that cross to the roadside just yet. Sure, in about 5 minutes, you may be, well, probably actually more like 2 minutes, you may well be able to move up to that roadside, but for now, they have to hold off in the buildings. And it's actually Kodiak and Vincere Mortem who will be on oversight for 1715.
Calais will find Mustang from Team Demon. And 1715 will pick up that compound, like you're saying, Jump. Which is... I think, again, they're probably kind of curious why that's open, but you just go for it. Maybe they scouted out earlier. I don't know. Potential. But I think that is a difficult compound to hold as 3. You sort of want 2 players on each side of the longhouse, and at least... a lot of times you play a 2-1 cautiously with 1 player out on one of the outhouses on the outside, and then loop back into the longhouse when things start to get a little bit dire. So for 1715, I am excited to see if they're able to hold on to this, but the circle doesn't seem to be leaning that way anyway. So I do think this is playable for the time being. So what Europa is down. I mean, that is sort of a long hunt from Boars, right?
Yeah.
They've been chasing this team down the entire match.
Yeah, that was a very drawn-out, protracted engagement. But 3 points earned for the Boars to spin up their game. Looking to continue that pace as well. Yara crew chiming in with an elim of their own. Looking to keep that distance between them and the Boars and try and maintain that spot at the top of the tables for now. Playing on the eastern side, they do have a fairly solid position into this circle. The players on their south, though, could prove troublesome. Leaving from the north side of Los Leones, they do have that high ground against Yara Crew's position, so they very much need to be careful with those 2 outposts currently overlooking onto their spot. That's not going to stop them from playing a split, though. They're playing 2-1-1, 2 in the concretes. Loco out on his lonesome on the north side, looking towards Ritzy, and Lazzy as well, trying to get info over to the south side.
Team Rain looking to wrap up, but struggling to do so right now. This is versus Kodiak on the northwest edge. 20 will find Anna. Typically, Team Rain's not been terrible on Miramar. I think in terms of their firepower, that's where they sort of are slightly lacking. But overall, gameplay-wise, in terms of tactical approaches, I think Team Rain's actually one of the better squads. It's just they don't have that big old punch to them. Like that's the problem.
They need a loco on side, you know?
Yeah. That's a heavy right hook.
Yeah. It's still definitely hope. I think that could very well see them on the front page of these tables towards the end of this tournament, but maybe the chances are going to start to dwindle. Boars managed to find a player from Kodiak. One goes down, a second as well. And they're doing all right on this western side. Looks like the Boars are looking to keep up pace and keep pressure on towards that Yara crew. As Kodiak want to get Winnie back to his feet. Seems like they'll be able to do so, though. The disengagement can happen. It can come through.
Let's see. Cypher now looking over towards Team Demon. Still suffering, honestly, at this point in time. The struggle between Jerry Martin and Ritzy is a horrible place to be. Surprisingly, Ritzy locates over towards Vincere Morton first. Which is very odd considering the guys from Team Demon are still here.
Fair enough. I mean, they'll just take any fight that steps to them. Team Demon do now go down. Actually, Vincere Morton are being given a really solid fight from Ritzy. With Crispy down, they are playing at a disadvantage, but they've just evened those numbers, and the knocks have come through as well. So Vincere Morton playing on as 3. Fairly low on the HP as well, so potentially a good decision to branch out this way. As Ritzy want to go 3 for 3. And they have a backstop as well. I feel like this is the time for Ritzy to look to fall back, but that's not going to happen. They managed to find a knock, and that should be an easy flush. Shum may be able to get there in time for a res, but they just want to keep that suppressive fire down. Look for the crawl back. Not quite able to tap away there. Unfortunate to not find that elim. That's going to fold them back in, and they can play into the circle now. It's going to slow them down, if nothing else. Golden Guardians, in the meantime, up against Epsilon Axe.
Sharp still alive. Will at least be alive for a second or so. We kind of jumped on board at an unfortunate moment there for Epsilon Axe. They immediately fell prey. Golden Guardians attempted to hold it down inside the concretes right now. Suffering slightly here versus Far Voice Gaming. Matt gets a great nade over towards 77. Hoxie receives another. And it's looking terrible now for Golden Guardians on that top side.
Oh, but they've done a lot of damage. They got that knock. They got that first. And QWERTY has a shotgun around the corner. Another knock. A third as well as QWERTY just gets the needle threaded over towards him with an off angle. I think that came from Alpi up on the high ground. It did indeed. And now 2 players from Golden Guardians cut down to 1. 77 with it all to do. And the Boars rock up from the western side. The third parties from the east. The Boars from the west. There's too much pressure. The Far Voice Gaming squad cannot weather the storm. And the Golden Guardians don't seem to be too far behind.
Yeah, this is a half engagement. Good opportunity taken here from Boars Gaming. They'll get themselves thick into it. And plenty of eliminations found this game for Boars Gaming. 9 elims so far on this match. It's looking like a really good one. Kodiak also deep into this one, as are Yara crew. And I'm starting to think that you might be a little bit more correct here. Vincere Morton's definitely struggling at the start of the day here compared to Yara crew. They have a much better of a time.
It's not been ideal for Jerry Morton. But they do have an opportunity from that northern side to still keep this game alive. Get deeper in, start those placement points racking up as well. With 3 elims so far. On the north side, there's Ritzy to contend with, and 1715 as well. As the road really just splits the middle of this one, Blank. It's nasty stuff, and Gods Reborn, they should be very happy with their compound right now. It's looking pretty prime.
That's a good spot to be in. Really, really good spot to be in at the moment. I mean, 1715's kind of weathered out the storm as well on that northwest side. I was very surprised that no one went for that. They can play off the back of it. It is a little bit difficult to get out, and Vincere Morton do have oversight over towards it. Gods Reborn, though, like you say, great spot to play. The question is whether teams are going to press them.
I think it's less of if and more when they're going to press them and who is going to try and third party that, right? Because at the moment they do have that super high prio position. Kodiak are closest by, but I don't think they're going to want to leave the hills that they have. And the Boars may have to divert around it and go a little bit closer towards Gods Reborn. Potentially Alpi could throw that door open as well. And you can see that Terminus is on an angle to try and scout out that approach should it come their way. The Boars playing for the info, playing for that intel. They managed to corral themselves into one corner of the circle.
Lazada has some spots. My model's kind of this awkward angle for him, though. Can't really take an easy peek, but luckily they do know his location. Spotted him out earlier on, so this is nice for him. They could deny his angle with a smoke, but using smokes for that this early is a little bit wasteful, especially when you really know you're probably going to need them towards that end game with a road involved towards the center. Crossing that bad boy later on, definitely needs some ways to divert the attention.
2v3 it looks like on this compound. They're 2-2 split against Ritzy. But there's that first knock, and that comes through from Alpi actually. Wanting to pinch that point away. Can't quite get the full knock there, and there's a lot of damage coming on through. Gets knocked to the zone. That's not what you're looking for Yara Crew. They're going to lose that player out there. Nothing really they can do about it. And Alpi from these long-range positions have been so instrumental in so many fights here, Blank. And whilst that's all been unfolding, Loco, of course, he's on his own mission. Going to keep Yara Crew on at least 2. Lazzy probably too far for a res. Boars are on 12 elims, is what I was trying to say there, on the southwest side right now.
Yeah, they've been sweeping very, very well. I think that when you look at Boars, it's very obvious that they're very good at scouting, more so than any other team inside this lobby. They're very good at understanding where players are. As soon as Kodiak started suffering, they were quick on the trigger versus that team. Every single player down went down almost immediately. A really good coordinated assault there coming through from Boars Gaming. Got 3 Reborn though, very chilled out game. You don't have to do too much to get a good result off the back of this one. Vincherry Mortem also getting deeper into this one, but only 3 players, and it looks like resources starting to dwindle a little bit for that squad.
Hey, without Ritzy on that northern side, though, after they were dispatched by Alpi and Yara Crew as a combo, they have a little bit more freedom, a little bit more breathing room, and can start to heal themselves up. 17-15 are going to have to leave their compound as well, and once they do, the angle to play on the roadside is actually much more available to them, right? Because at the moment they're being stymied by the threat of 17-15 to their west. They're really having to focus on that. Loco, as well as that point guard for Yara Crew, could potentially be instrumental. But with the circle sitting with its majority to the north side of the road, I feel like you can move up to these ridge lines. You can move up to play this roadside, and that's exactly what they're looking to do, to transition into a position of real strength.
It would be nice. I think the problem is that oversight that's coming through right now for them. See if they can get out. I think this is Cappuccino. I've been afraid to say the name, but I think it is.
Oh, well, we're on board with Obito, who's going to kneel up in the bush, and instead he's going to start taking damage from the blue zone, which is going to continue to move away from him. He's just going to go down here. He's just going to go down here. This is the last first aid. He needs to make a run right now and find a point, but he's just about going to make it, maybe. Snowix goes low, but yeah, he's on the swivel. Not really too much to be done there. Might have needed to make a move a little bit earlier on. 17-15 do continue to take hits, and in fact, down to 1 player now. I think Frank Lazada was chiming in. Alpi trying to move their 2 players forwards. And into the Gods Reborn compound on the east side.
Yeah, it's a bit scary. Definitely nadeable. But it seems like... I'm going to say it's Cappuccino. Double nade from him. It's huge. Gods Reborn been playing in this location for so much time. Getting dismounted by 2 players would feel very bad. Very,
no, Jakey. Ooh, nearly had a dead to rights, but gets a second turn at it, and that is an easy pickup for him. I thought he was going to be taken down there, but now Gods Reborn give no resistance to the approaching players moving on in. Jakey able to do a lot of work in Cappuccino as well. And now the Boars are here to play. They want more points on the board. They saw that Yara crew with a 15 Elim chicken dinner. They want to outclass them on that front with 4 players alive. An interesting position on that south to play around as well. It's just Jakey up the stairs, and that is an easy pickup coming through for the Boars. They managed to demolish the competition here. They're up to 16 Elims now, and they can transition down to the south. Really nothing standing in their way. I mean, maybe Vincere Mortem with their last 2 players to stand on the north edge, but they're going to be locked in with Calais.
Oh, that stings for Gods Reborn, right? What a position to have, and then do nothing with it. Oh, I mean, you have to be so ready with the nades when team starts to come in. Like, the fact that LP Esports are able to get there, set up, pull pins on nades, no recompense at all. Yeah, that should not happen. So for Gods Reborn, bit of a game thrown in the bin, right?
Yeah, it's not what you want to see. Certainly not. And there goes Yara crew. So 3 teams now remain. Last player for 17-15.
17.
That's, I mean, it's great that they've been able to get up into 3rd place, right? They've done pretty well for themselves. 17 Elims potential to get up to 20 here if they find both Elims onto Vincere Mortem and the final player from 17-15 as well.
I think that'll be our first of the for our knockouts as well as well, this, I guess. How are the 2 games we've been able to play? But I think that'll be the first 20 Elim we'll have seen. 30-point game potentially here for Boars. They've won already.
Yeah, it was a foregone conclusion from the outset. Game 2, the Boars started. I mean, they had such a massive lead towards the end of the previous stage as well. They're up on 160 points on 12 matches, which is an incredible scoreline to be able to find. They are looking to exceed that here, though, as they start to close the net around the players moving forwards. They do need to be somewhat cautious, though. 2 players from Vincere Mortem with their back against the wall. Not 100%, not guaranteed, but when you line them up like that with the MG3, they rattle off the rounds. Robs does go down, but Safix now on a sliver. Really not able to do too much. It was SnowX to take it down, not the player launching himself over the edge. And now in a 1v3, 17-15 gets the first. So 1v2. Ooh, no, not going to close down for the 3rd either. Boars do manage to make it. They get 20 Elims on the match blank. That's a table topper if ever I did see.
It's a ginormous. It's a 30-pointer on match number 2 from Boars. We were actually talking to Spirit before this all started with the TOs for this tournament. She was basically saying we wanted to be a bit more of a surprise. It's like it's hard for it to be surprised when Boars playing like this, right? Yeah. It really, really is. But I do feel for she wants this tournament to be as exciting as possible, and it will be for moments like that.
I mean, most exciting is often very interesting, but that means that Boars potentially, even if they make it not necessarily interesting in the tournament result, do give us some pretty fantastic games to watch as we go as well. A phenomenal performance from all of them, and very, very even across the board during that match. A really big team effort coming through from the Boars, and that is brilliant to see. With 59 total eliminations, they're able to get 20 of them.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous game coming through from Boars. Really good sweep. I do think it's helped out by practically wherever they went, there was little to no resistance available to them, and they were one of the few 4-man teams still left on the end game. I think that they just play it a little slower, a little better than some of our other squads towards that late game, where they're not sacrificing as much to grab those points, and they're happy to let them come to them as a squad. Wagnerzada has been insane throughout the entire thing. I might message the boys on Boars Gaming tonight or something and ask them what kind of roles they're playing for the team, because it is incredible that Wagnerzada is outclassing everyone right now. Like, he's been around for a long time, but it seems like he's been putting in a huge amount of work in the back end.
Yeah, he's throwing out the W as well for that first place top player position after that match. And that is, of course, well deserved. All of the Boars making their entry on this front page, with Jakey being that off angle for Alpi. And to be fair, they had a really big deciding factor on the east side of that circle blank. A lot of fights concluded because of the impact that Alpi had on them.
Yeah, well, I mean, Alpi also just completely destroyed Gods Reborn. Yeah, let's see where they ended up. Gods Reborn ended up in 6th place with 5 points. Now, that is not representative of where they were playing. A little bit sad for them, but this is a big point sponge of a lobby, right? Vincere Mortem getting 11 points is probably the biggest surprising thing for me here, where they come in at 2nd place, tied up with LP Esports. Vincere Mortem I think they realized they needed to hold out this game as long as possible and just try and keep the consistency up. Boars Gaming getting 30 points off of this one is not terrible news for them. It really is not terrible news. I think for Boars was kind of a foregone conclusion, like you said, John, to get into that top 2. I think Vincere Mortem's just happy that Yara Crew's not building on that last game as much as they were.
Yeah, they got 7 points, I think, during that match, which is no slouch, right? That's still a very solid game, keeping them well over a 10-point average. I think over maybe even over a 15-point average there to keep themselves going. So brilliant stuff to add those points. And I often talk about, right, you can have these massive standout games, and obviously Boars do have their massive standout game here, but tournaments are won in the aggregate, right? When you're playing 18-match sets, you can get one game where you get 18 more points, or you can have 18 games where you get 1 more point. The impact is exactly the same in terms of your overall standing. Sure, maybe you get more chicken dinners one way than the other, but overall, I love to see teams raising the floor performance of their games more than I like to see these massive pop-off games, which can and do happen to lots of different teams. Obviously, the Boars very well deserving of their 30 points during that last match, but it's not something you can rely on.
Yeah, absolutely. That's not going to happen all the time, or it may do, depending on how fired up that gets the boys over on Boars. But here are overall standings and how they sit for the time being. Team TBSS, definitely, I think they need to speed things up a little bit. It's odd though, right? I think for TBSS, not only do they need to speed things up, but also that decision making of when they do come into the circle, I think going for the funnel on Lebendita just felt like a strange choice that late into the game. Golden Guardians, want to see more out of this squad. It feels like they keep getting themselves caught out in locations where they're not able to quite recover. They were beset upon by the Boars immediately, so feels sort of bad from there, sort of excusable, but 8 points on the day, not terrible.
Yeah, 5 points as well for Ritzy so far today, and I feel like we did talk quite a bit about Ritzy during those groups previously. So far yet to turn up. Maybe they can turn up the heat a little bit, but potentially a little bit disappointing from Ritzy. We definitely saw something stronger from them. We are going to be going to a short break. When we're back, we're coming in with match 3 here at the PMGO Western Europe Finals. Don't go anywhere. Well, we've had 2 matches already, and the Boars have accelerated away into the lead, but not super far off. They are chased by our other teams in the tournament as well. That gap can still be closed unless they keep up that pace into the future. So they have another chance to do so on our Erangel, which is next up, Blank. I think we've got a double Erangel, if I'm not mistaken, in the middle of the day, followed by Miramar Rondo.
Well, double billing. I don't think people mind double Erangel too much, just because you sort of can adapt on what happened last game. It's a bit more boring for the players, I would say, just because it's a little less variation. I think there's quite a few times where players have said also that they quite like to have an Erangel into a Miramar into Erangel, so they have some time to like figure out what they want to do next. But that's more like international level, where you have a coach on the back end who's like looking over things. So you can fix things in between matches, if that makes sense. If you have a bad Miramar, you analyze during Erangel. You have a bad Erangel. Now you implement what went right on Miramar, what went wrong. And then the next Erangel, you do the same thing. But here, a little less opportunity to fix things on the fly. But we are having a very stubborn playing path here down towards Primorsk. A bit awkward, actually. It's not horrible for the right side of the map. There's quite a few compounds you can play. I mean, School, Boatyard, Rozok, Pachinki, all still open, as is Milter and Farm. Just that northwest side of the map's a little bit harder to access.
I'm looking at the Boars still in the plain, Blank, so they're not going to Yasnaya this time around. Maybe it was a little bit too crowded for their liking. We did see them earlier on in the tournament going to Novo, and it looks like they are going to try and repeat that, moving south off the drop. I think there may be other teams around them, though, so something they'll need to keep their wits about them. Hopefully you can grab those vehicles nice and fast. Yeah, Epsilon Axe are very close to them, but it seems like Boars are further south than they are. Keeping our eyes out for all these other hot drops as well. Could it be an adaptation around towards Ferry Pier as well? Because that's what we were talking about at the start of the last match of the first Erangel, right? With those drop spots.
Yeah, sort of curious about where Havoc's dropping as well. So when they started in Yasnaya, that is a. I'm not sure what the prediction is on that for Boars, but you know we're doing well. We're doing well for ourselves on that one, aren't we?
Yeah, that's gone well for the Boars on that south side. They hopefully will be able to rack up a load of points. Teams may look to jet across fast, and if they can hold the bridge near Novo, they could rack up a lot of elims. The question is, do they want to? Or do they want to try and play more inland and go for a later game position? It's still not 100% guaranteed to be on that island, to be fair. There is still enough land on the north side to allow for northern circles, but it is a very, very slim chance that that can happen. We'll have to wait for the second circle to pop, really, to be a little bit more certain of it. But expect teams to be dashing fast. Expect teams to be rotating now. It looks like 17-15 is going to do exactly that. So are the Boars ready for them?
We'll see if they're ready for that kind of approach. As Cherry Mortem also making their way through farm. See teams just absolutely leg it over towards Sosnovka now. Try and get position as quick as possible. Sharps will miss the shots there. A little bit late on the proceedings, but why not take shots? Absolutely no reason not to, so respect him for doing it. Yeah, at this point in time, you got to get a move on. I think maybe there is an argument to be made that you don't take shots and then backstab later on where they don't know you're here or don't know your presence. But Cherry Mortem already through now could hold them out on the other side.
Definitely a lot to be negotiated around these bridge crossings right now. Gods Reborn able to make it across the west bridge. They are maybe going to have a better time of it. And Cherry Mortem struggling, it seems. They are going to be diverted back around. Not really wanted to overcommit there. They do keep it up on the northern side, and Golden Guardians may be the team to have to face off against them. Takimi rolls up, has got a teammate, Shum, into the firing line, though, and that is going to be the opening knock, and Cherry Mortem are getting torn to pieces here, Blank. They really didn't have any way through here. That is disastrous. What a terrible opener coming through from Cherry Mortem after they'd had such a solid game the last time around to be able to get so deep into that match. The Guardians, though, still have the Kimi to deal with. He's got the Bison. He's still got a couple more rounds. Has to go for the weapon swap. Can't quite find it. 2 knocks on the top floor, though. That's going to slow Golden Guardians out. But, yeah, Cherry Mortem down to 1 so early. This is some fast movement.
I mean, gotta go. Gotta get going at this point in time. And for Vincherry, Mortem, Safix just gonna live this one out. Terminus, though. Nice S12K. Oh, the side of the girder. Cool. Okay. Not really seeing that all often. Not the option I would use for a drive-by, but there you go. But this is an incredibly action-packed early game. Gods Reborn now up against SWAT Europa. These two teams cannot leave each other alone. And this time it's SWAT Europa who gets the better of them.
You know, they had that first game. They were like, got deep into it. Really pretty shocking second game, but it's 1 in, 1 out, apparently, for SWAT Europa. And they are able to find what they're looking for. Terminus does get knocked by the boars. For the boars, rather. As Epsilon Axe giving them trouble. Epsilon Axe able to get at least across the bridge somewhat here, but they have lost a knock to the boars. Traded 1 for 1. Ragnarzada wins the trade on the outside and immediately gets that flush as well. Snoix on the staircase, waiting for a player to step in. Not going to be there, unfortunately. 2 players as he hops around the outside, drops it down, and now he's on the ground floor. Are they aware of this? The nade pin still pulled. Looking like maybe they want to try and push further up on high. Drops the nade. They're waiting to push in. Is it going to connect? Oh, I don't think it did. I don't think it quite got through, but Snoix definitely giving them the runaround.
Yeah, I mean, it's a nice nade, nice airburst. Does a little bit of damage. Could have maybe tickled them a little bit more, but take what you can get. I think it's a very fancy maneuver coming through from Snoix. Epsilon Axe. It started off quite well versus Boars. Terminus, though, will get a little bit of revenge over towards Phased. He is a little bit low, hoping to heal himself at some point. Oh, he's got nothing. That's why he's got bandies.
He's got 5 bandages, obviously moving so early and now bringing in a bridge crossing hold spot. Oh no! It's all turning around now, though. That is a big opening cacophony of rounds from the shotgun. The slugs landing. Robs and Snoix both down here. Ragnarzada wanted to try and hold on and not pushing through this, I think, may be the wrong choice. I feel like for Epsilon Axe, you drop both of your players here and go for that. They already managed to get 1 flush. Maybe they're looking to do that now. And Ragnarzada does go down. Terminus doesn't have any say about the matter on the outside, but he's the last to go for the boars. Epsilon Axe looked like they were done a dusted blank, but that is a turnaround and a half and a big opening on the eastern bridge, but it looks like everyone's already managed to get through.
I mean, fantastic stuff from Epsilon Axe, honestly. Really, really well done. Holding on boars is no easy task. I do think you have that situation where for boars, I wouldn't say overconfidence. I think they pull up on that as best they can with the triple lineup on the stairs. But, you know, the shotgun can be a little bit strong sometimes. Takes out the majority of them. And Terminus can't really help. He's got nothing on board. There's a moment there where I think for boars, you have to kind of think to yourself, is this worth it? You know, should we just disengage? We have barely any loot on board. But yeah, tough times.
Hey, great news for Hatyara crew, for Alpi, for teams looking to try and push up and get it done towards the top of the tables as well. Because if the boars go down early here, they aren't able to get too many points. It's a big opportunity for the teams chasing to catch up. Although for teams like Kodiak and Rain up on that north side, still near Yasnaya and Stalber, they may struggle a little bit more right now. There is a long, long way to go. The next circle coming in fairly soon in about 30 seconds. So they'll have a little bit better of an idea as to where they're going to need to go. But yeah, Hatyara crew, they're already across. And actually on the east side of the island where Boars would have been had they not taken that fight in the way they did.
It would have been a great spot to have. Extend that lead a little bit further, but these things can happen with a Sosnovka circle like this. Kodiak going to be very late into the circle, playing out towards Yasnaya. It is hard to fault them for it, though, considering how they play most Sosnovka circles and just sweep through. I don't know how well this will play out at a higher level of play, honestly. But right now it seems to be just fine. But you know, you get towards those internationals, making a late crossing like this for Kodiak. Yeah, they're going to be absolutely looted to the teeth, but teams will hold them. I'm almost certain of that. Right now, it's very surprising not to see a single team holding bridge. Not to see a single team holding Eastern Bridge either. It's a bit wild.
Yeah, everyone really prioritizing the south side of Sosnovka. Maybe they're worried about Kodiak. Because, I mean, let me remind you, last time we saw a Sosnovka circle, Kodiak went hog wild on the entirety of the lobby. They just went from fight to fight. They saw a player, they immediately hunted it all the way down to the bitter end. And more often than not, it wasn't their bitter end, fortunately for them. Yara crew managing to find a lot of pickups over towards Alpi, seemingly down to just one player. Yeah, they're littering over the airfield right now. And it seems like so will the boxes from the drops of Alfie Esports as the last player to stand. Tikas will just have to survive for as long as possible, but in a smoking out vehicle, very difficult to transition away from that area.
Yeah, I would say that when we watch our Sosnovka circles, it becomes very apparent that maybe teams don't have the most amount of experience on this map, honestly. The amount of times that we see wild run-ins like that. I mean, for Alpi, that's never allowed, even at the best of times. It's a crazy run-up. 17-15 trying to make their way down, but Ritzy doing a good job. This is a nice setup from Ritzy. It's a very obvious maneuver from a lot of squads to want to wrap around on this coastal side. I actually really like this from them. Yeah, we lose so many teams so early on Sosnovka inside of this tournament at the moment.
It's fairly unlikely that you get Sosnovka circles anyway, so this may well be the only one that we see during the course of it. And I think quite a few teams are going to be hoping that that's the case, right? The fewer Sosnovka circles, the lower the chaos that is inflicted on the rest of the lobby. And that might just be what they're looking for. 17-15 go down to just one player now on the east side. And he is ahead of the curve against Ritzy on the rotate, playing off in that hovercraft, trying to jet off into the sunset. Ritzy may think that there's still one player to deal with in that area as well, so could potentially stick there for a little bit longer than they may have wanted to. You could see our teams coming in very, very late. Kodiak on the eastern bridge. Rain from that western side as well, moving a player in on that west edge, and the rest of them soon to follow suit. Kodiak not going to be met with any resistance, not that they know that, which is good to see that they are pausing at least to try and scout some information.
Yeah, like I said, this is a very late rotate from Kodiak. I mean, stage 3, it's definitely doable. I think it looks worse than it is. I think that they know that a lot of teams don't hold them out, therefore they can make this kind of maneuver. The fact that there's so many teams towards military base is a little surprising to me. The fact that no one's really playing over towards the high grounds on that northern side, not taking advantage of all the space here, you're locking yourself into a really difficult spot. For Tikas here, this is a cheeky place to play. Likely not spotted for quite some time either, I imagine.
Yeah, could go undetected. I mean, he did have a vehicle fairly close by, so it does make you wonder if there's going to be someone who's just checking all the angles. But it may be good for a point or two, or placement point or two, which really can be a difference maker, even towards the higher end of the tables. That I'm sure Alpi are thinking about trying to get towards. They are in third place right now, and wanting to keep the ball rolling. See how much further they can get into this game. SWAT Europa having their scrap earlier on with Gods Reborn. Did manage to win that one out. They're on 5 elims so far. And getting into this position is pretty solid, although they do have the last player from Vincere Mortem to deal with. That does get dealt with. And they're up to 6 elims. Could have gone a little bit pear-shaped, though. They didn't have info that there was a player on the inside that he was waiting around. He was hiding on our mini-maps too. Only just about spotted him before he went down.
Team Rain making their way in. Five Voice Gaming also on that northwest side. We haven't seen them for ages. And they finally make an appearance. Very similar to how they played out their last Erangel that got them in. Terminus final player to go down there for Boars. Very easy nade on the stairs there for them.
And to Yara crew.
Yeah. It's a good point. I mean, coming off the back of a 30-point game, and Yara crew only being now behind by what is that?
11 points at the start, and then you add 3, remove 3, so 8.
8 points, yeah, I was going to say 8 points behind now, which is really impressive.
I mean, it was their first game, right? They got 25 points and then a 7-pointer. And that's what I was talking about, right? It's about raising the floor of your performances to a level that increases your scores across the board by the same result as getting a chicken dinner, right? And that is really, really important stuff. Hopefully, Yara Crew can keep pace. And they're in a pretty solid position for this entire match as well, Blank. With a hard north shift, they're right on the east point of this military base. They have routes out to potentially clash with Golden Guardians and take a favorable fight there. And maybe wrap the hills as well. But Kodiak beyond them, I think that is probably going to be a bigger test.
This is a bit brutal. For Far Voice Gamers, they came in, Team Rain set themselves up quite nicely there to get a couple of elims as they made their way down. But again, this is what I'm talking about. It's like, people are so dead set over towards Airstrip, which is kind of, once you're in, you're not really getting out, right? But there was so much space on that north side, so many of these bits of high ground to work around with. There's still some compounds to it as well. But again, these high grounds are very playable towards that late game. And it's only Kodiak shot on that north side. Great for them.
Yeah, they're having a phenomenal time on those north hills. The question is, how fast do they establish that is the case, right? I feel like they probably have.
They've already crossed most of it. Yeah,
they have already crossed. Yeah, quite a lot of that area. They'll have heard some of the fighting, I'm sure, over towards the Sosnovka military base, but they're still on a bit of a 2-2 split. Rain could prove to be troublesome if they keep this 2-2 split for too long. If Rain regroup onto them, playing as 3, sure, not full squad, but 3v2, generally pretty good odds. And they may actually get in front of Kodiak in the queue to get in.
Yeah, Team Rain just locking down that compound on the northwest side would not be a bad idea. The thing is, though, is that this north side is also so horrid for the teams that are playing towards actual melee base, because you can set yourself up on that high ground where the radio towers are, look down to all the teams having to cross the road that north side. Again, we're waiting for that next shift. This might not be the case. It might head down towards that south edge, in which case that makes a lot of players very happy. But if we head north again, it is going to be a nightmare for all of our teams to work their way up.
Yara Crew actually decided to go further into the military base. You can see Calais right now very far forwards. They lost Loco in the process of it as well, and they're playing very, very split. This may be an elim point gambit coming through from Yara Crew. They may be focused on getting a couple of those elim points. On the northern side, by the way, Rain did go into the compound, and Kodiak regrouped almost entirely over to that west side, looking to try and get some of the points, but that fight seems to have bubbled to a close and not really delivered on any points for either side. And they won't pop that fight off just yet. They've left Momodal out for Kodiak on the eastern side to be free-ranging over those hills and see what he can see. The Golden Guardians is a major roadblock for a lot of teams in this military base right now, playing in the position that they are. They have great oversight onto a lot of that area of ground and some very flat ground that they can take peeks at as well.
Yeah, it's nice. It's very, very nice for them. Eventually, Kodiak will have to deal with that position, though. They know if this zone goes north side, they want to control the entirety of this zone and start taking shots at teams as they come out. Yeah, that's nasty. That's just really nasty overall. If this keeps centering up, it's going to force players out over towards the silos, out over towards some of these disgusting spots in the circle. Okay, we're just emoting. Fair play.
A little bit of card magic, turning it into the rose. There you go. And he's going to do it again. Why not? It's not like you got anything better to do, like, you know, play a tournament. Either way, they're going to be chilling on the inside for the time being. SWAT Europa, figuring out their next steps. TBSS very, very close by to them on that southwest side. This is the surround that Kodiak established after Rain went into the compound. Like you said before, Rain did decide to solidify into this compound, but now Kodiak have the surround. The question is, how long do Kodiak hold this, right? Because teams are going to start to need to push north. And maybe they're banking too much on them taking care of each other.
I think for Havoc, great spot to play in, actually, on Lobster, right? Play that position very, very nicely. Can work this one for quite a long time. C block is a great place to play from. But most teams will just wait this out. They don't really want to move too much. Winnie is down. He's rezzing him back up again. So Rain were able to find that. The model's already got an outpost towards that south side. Yeah, teams just don't want to move, man. And for all the right reasons, it's not an enjoyable place to have to shuffle around in.
Yeah, it's not ideal. A lot of sightlines are available on you as soon as you step out into the open in that military base. As many buildings as there are, as much cover as there is, it's really, really difficult to navigate because you can't move fast. Open ground, generally, you want to be crossing as fast as possible, but because of all the cover that sits there, it makes it really, really difficult to just send all the way across. You're looking at wide wraps being kind of the only option here.
Lots of smokes.
Yeah, lots of smokes as well, making their way forward. So, I mean, for a team like Golden Guardians, they're just going to be keeping their eyes peeled for anything that moves, taking shots as much as they can. Hopefully, not going to run out of ammo. Yara crew, getting exploded on the way in. A bit of a tripwire there set for them and an immediate flush. Two of their players on the north side, still alive. I feel like they should have kept to the southeast side of this one.
Yeah, I think for Yara crew, they had a fine position to play. A little bit too aggressive. This is some panic smokes going on right now, just lobbing them down. See what you can do, get your players smoked off. But for Kodiak, they knew they would have to take this fight at some point. They're doing it now, though, John. Nades now being popped on their side. They have a rough idea where they are. It's a good air burst. It's a little bit long, though.
Quite reaching. Not quite getting the full whack of damage there. Bully steps forwards, looking to put one back over towards Kodiak. Mitza is still bleeding out for them. Not going down fully just yet, not flushed there. Smokes are starting to come on through. Kodiak getting impatient now as when he rolls down. It's 20 to land the shot. Able to line it up with the LMG coming on through. Now just Anna left remaining for Rain. And under the brunt of 4 players from Kodiak, I don't think it's going to last too long. Western shift hard on this circle blank. Keeps C-Block in this one.
Yeah, for Havoc, this is great news for them. Still, even as 4 players, C-Block is not easy to hold on to. Your biggest boon is that you hold the high ground. So teams will have to walk up to you first, but if you let them in the building, things do get a little bit more difficult.
I mean, that's if you're playing on the roof, though. And especially with Kodiak now in position, you cannot play the roofs anymore. You have to be playing inside these buildings and hoping that the windows give you enough vision to be able to find that. I wouldn't be too surprised to see a regroup towards the north. Yeah, okay, so they have left that south building, and really, I think that's probably the right decision for Havoc. Could potentially even think about moving all the way north on their building and play 2-2 towards north and west building on C block.
It's a weird one, right? Where I think if you were a much more confident team, you would actually stack south, try and take shots at any squad trying to move up over towards you. Because it is plenty of teams on that south side who do have to move in. Jumps out of the vehicle. Somehow lives that. Okay, nice fadeaway. Really nice fadeaway.
Okay, well, they don't manage to get across unscathed. They do lose 2 of their players on that crossing. Golden Guardian is down to 1 now. Just player 01 in fact. Hunkering down. Not in the zone just yet. We'll need to move a little bit further. Kodiak have taken a knock, and they're looking to ramp up the pressure here from the north side hills. You could see the oversight they get for it, but they're right on the edge of this circle blank, and that's going to make things a lot harder. It's the south side, though, that is the most treacherous right now. Everybody looking to cram in as close as possible without it boiling over.
Ayara Crew is trying to live as far into this game as possible. It's top 8 right now, so teams will start dropping pretty quickly as well in this zone. Aim God goes down, so that's Golden Guardians out as well. Player 1 takes a tumble. That's from Kodiak. Good shots there. So we're starting to bump those points up over on the placements, at least. Yara Crew trying to steal away as much as possible in the meantime.
3 points so far for Yara Crew. Sorry, 6 elims, 3 on side for Calais. Now keep that pressure up, hopefully, and try and make that gambit pay off moving into the military base. But 6 elims wouldn't be the prize they were hoping for. They are still 7 points behind the leaders, but even that's pretty solid, all things considered. Kodiak, though, continue on the north side. Find a player from Havoc, and that's on towards C block. With wings going down, that leaves them on 2 players now, Blank. I don't think that they can keep holding 2 buildings, and I feel like they may have read that as well. Playing on the north side of the west building, maybe, but I think it's bold to stay in here, but the fact that nobody's moving towards it also is going to play a factor. No one's actually taking the initiative to try and jump on in there.
It's hard. It's very... Walking up to this building is not easy, right? You're sort of afforded the south building here for Ritzy because you can just crash in, jump through the windows, and you don't have a huge amount of sidelines, which is why, like, if I was Havoc, probably try and put more emphasis on that southern side and then slowly peel away once it gets a little bit too hot. But you're trying to stop as many people getting in there as possible because it's very unlikely people are going to wrap round towards the north building. That's just not going to happen. Most teams would be on the southern end. So now Ritzy has a big opportunity to get a lot of points from that spot. I am curious to see how Havoc plays the rest of this out. I think you're right that leaving Zinc here is a little bit dangerous. He sort of just has to play off info, though. I don't think he's in any danger as long as he's not taking fights.
Sometimes the fights come to you, though, and that's what they're hoping isn't going to happen. Does reposition up towards the north. Teams are going to start to move. Kodiak, in fact, with the circle shift, going to have to descend. The question is, where do they go? 20 still up on the high ground, watching those windows, waiting for the peaks, but they're not going to come on through. And they're up to the west building. They managed to jump on in immediately, get rid of Zinc. Danger was there, and it was from Kodiak on the north. Maybe we were thinking too much about that south side. But Zinc will go down, dispatched handily by Kodiak, and now they have their foot in the door. 8 elims found already. And so Yaracrew rack up a 7th as well on this match. And the placement points are going to start to add up too. Teams are going to start to fall very, very quickly. Demon are out. Yaracrew still going. Ritzy on that south border holding out SWAT Europa.
Yeah, I mean, for Zinc there, as soon as he hears vehicles, the point is not to hold this building. You're not holding it versus 4 players. You just need to leave and get into the building with the rest of your team. So now Kodiak's going to clear everything out. This is so free for Kodiak, honestly.
I mean, we would have thought so about the balls as well against Epsilon Axe, but here we are, and Kodiak immediately lose 2 as they try and storm the building. It's not gone their way. They need to find these reses if they want to keep their presence on that north side felt. Retreating to the high ground, I think, is wise. Everybody else is going to be taking shots. Ritzy line up at the windows to try and take these shots over towards Kodiak. But with the lack of pressure, that's going to allow them to breathe, and it will force the reses to come on through. Meanwhile, there was the crossing from SWAT Europa. That's immediately handled by Ritzy. And Crispy now turning his attention back to the top floor, and Havoc are going to bear the brunt of it as well.
It's a pretty nice shots from Ritzy, honestly. Through the double windows as well as over towards Kodiak. I don't think they were expecting as much that south side being a pain point for them, but it absolutely is right now. They could just control the western building, but I think they're still adamant on getting rid of the remainder of Havoc from here, but it is costing them.
Faker goes down, but that's to a long shot coming through again from Ritzy on that south border. The circle pushes out to the west flank. It keeps all of these buildings still in, though, just about. Not all of them, however. The western building, definitely the one with the higher prio on this circle. And Havoc really giving it a good go there against the hold, but Kodiak finally able to overcome that final hurdle. They need to start to heal up quickly, though, because Ritzy will not be wasting time. Yaracrew are up and onto the roofs as well. This is a really big pickup for Yaracrew to be up on that high ground.
Not entirely sure how he snuck that, but he did. Both of them did, in fact. Calais up on the high ground for the team. I mean, again, this is sort of a long shot for a second place. But
all right.
He drove start. I don't know. I think he jumped off the building. Straight back in through the window. This would be an incredible approach from Yaracrew, but you're right. This team is very consistent at the moment in terms of points gain. And they're going to pick up the western building, which technically right now is most central.
Kodiak, though, dipping their toes in as well. They really struggled against a duo before, just now, but they have managed to piece themselves back together. Looking fairly solid on supplies as well. And with the numbers advantage, you've got to think that they do have the cannons behind them to try and take this one down. The healing coming through again. Ritzy going to start to move, I imagine, as well. It closes dead center. And as you said, that western building has the most central spot. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Ritzy playing up off the wall and look to play outside, because it looks like the zone will close outside on this one. Just about, though.
Yeah, it's a tough call for Hat Yara crew. I like that they didn't play the rooftops, because that's the first thing Kodiak's going to clear. By Hat Yara crew playing inside top floor, it forces Kodiak and Ritzy to fight against one another first. So I think that is the smartest maneuver coming through from Hat Yara crew. They allow Kodiak onto the roof. And again, they're just setting themselves up for second place. I don't think Hat Yara crew at all is expecting to win this game. This is a second place gambit for them, which I think is fantastic.
Ritzy looked across, and Frizzo's immediately on the rooftops, laying down the lead, pins him to the floor, and now Ritzy playing on as 2-2 on the inside. Hat Yara crew need to defend this one now. The zone is still closing. This is final circle. There will be no quarter given. Someone has to go down. The question is who? The Nades really not finding anything. They think he's on the outside. I'm pretty sure he's made his way in here, and he's going to dart forwards. Hat Yara crew on the inside as well, playing the top floor, waiting to drop down, waiting to drop out of those windows. 20 wants to storm the gates, opens the door, flings it wide. His teammate takes down the player across the river, and there will be a second as well. And 2-pack falls. It's just Hat Yara crew. Their second place gambit seemingly paying off now, but can they go further? Can they cause any more mischief? Because Kodiak have given up the rooftop.
That they have, but again, I think for Hat Yara crew, this is about as far as they wanted to go. This is where they're going to hang up the cape, but it seems like they want to go a little bit further than that. They find one. Now in a 3 versus 2 at the moment for Hat Yara crew. If they win this game, it will be a monumental result.
I think the circle goes inside the building, really pretty much underneath Calais. Look for the angle. No, not going to find it. A 1v3. They storm the staircase. He's spraying. He's trying to find the shots, but they're just not landing. Hat Yara crew get all the way to second place, but it's Kodiak with another chicken dinner over on the military island. Beautiful stuff to come through from them. They played those Northern Hills very, very nicely. Nobody really contested them for it, though, to be fair, but they come out with 15 elims on the match.
You know what I really like?
What do you really like?
The 20's got the classic take a photo of me in my kitchen photo going on right now. He's got the sun coming in on the big French doors and the old tree outside. Well done. Very, very well done.
Well, he certainly washed up in that last game.
That he did. He cleaned house. I think for Kodiak, this is the second Sosnovka we've seen, and they've just absolutely destroyed everyone. Again, they came in so late. This shouldn't really be possible, and I think it's because so many teams are so early prioritizing that south side of Millie Base. You don't really want to head into Millie Base too early. C block, I guess, is sort of fine, but it just gave so much room for Kodiak to be like, hey, we don't have to do anything. And we can save on so many resources. Remember, like you were saying, John, crossing from building to building when you're deep into Millie Base, it requires either health on your team, players to get knocked or go down, tons of utility, and by the time you get towards that late game, you are so dry on stuff to use. You have barely any options available to you. So yeah, I think for Kodiak, just an easy push. The fact that no one played north side is very confusing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. I mean, to be fair, that's where the Boars by rights should have been, right? They shouldn't have been losing that 2v4 as hard as they did. It's really disappointing, actually, for the Boars to go down in a situation like that, and they would have been the team playing around that area. They moved there so quickly as well. It's just unfortunate they decided to play a really threadbare hold on that bridge. They could potentially have given a little bit more ground and gotten a little bit more loot on board, but it's a trade-off. They took the chance, and to be fair, they're still doing pretty well on those tables, but I think with that, Hat Yara crew will surpass them.
Yeah, they might just do that. I think for Hat Yara crew still getting fairly good into this game. I mean, it's nice to see. I think for them, if they can keep this kind of points tally up, they're in a good spot, right? They're in a very, very good spot to qualify. And for most teams that do well at international level, it is mainly consistency. I think it's everything the desk always talks about, the analysts are always talking about. Consistency is key. And I think if you start displaying that early on, that is a much better thing. Although Boz is a great team, having your one big match be 30-pointer and then really outside of that, it's been a little bit lackluster. That's not as promising as what Hatayara Crew has been able to do today.
Yeah, it's a really impressive result for Hatayara Crew. 15 points on that match, coming off of a 25-point chicken dinner at the start of the day and a 7-point consolation game. It is a phenomenal record that they've been able to post. Kodiak with 25 points, and they are off to the races as well. This is, again, a team that we've talked about a lot over the course of the groups that sit prior. This is the first time today where they've really stood up, and granted, as we were highlighting before, it was a fairly easy rotate for them for what seemingly are unexplainable reasons, but they still were able to do it, and they were still able to convert and win out in those final moments. So fantastic stuff for them. 15 elims found as well. So a nice turn up on that front. Boars with only 2 points that match. That is not what you want to be seeing. I mean, yeah, fair enough. Loco at the top. Not gonna really surprise anyone. Magnazada in second place though, keeping up that pace and trying to stay as close as he can to take that title back.
Yeah, he's not happy about that one. Again, it sort of obscures the W that he throws out. W for Magnazada, obviously. But he would prefer to be in that first place. You can see the full W at that point. Frizio, Kodiak able to get to that 5th place there, and Hero overall. So Hatayara Crew actually taking first place spots. So we finish things right now. We'd be sending Hatayara Crew and Boars off to the PMGO, but we're not doing that. We've got plenty more games to play. But it is impressive, I think, for Hatayara Crew. When we were watching them play, they slowly found more and more of their footing. I think they've taken, slightly less risky plays today. There have been some moments where I kind of question what they're doing. But hey, if you're going to keep putting up these kind of points, I can't really say no to it.
Yeah, it's worked so well in the first 3 matches, but again, it's only 3 matches, right? They do still need to keep this pace and keep this sort of thing going if they want to come out ahead. The top 3, it's looking pretty similar to my predictions actually there, Blank, so I'm pretty happy about that one. I think the big news there is that Vincere Mortem is really nowhere to be seen amongst those top spots. They have had a pretty dire start to today. Their game has not been found, and they definitely need to try and pick up their feet. They want to get on forwards as we head over to the back page. Not too surprising, to be honest, the teams that are taking up this page. I think Golden Guardians right at the top of it kind of makes sense. Maybe Rain at the bottom doesn't make too much sense, but that's where they'll sit.
Yeah, well, I'd agree with you. I think right now things do sort of make a lot of sense where it's falling on the tables. Most teams that we were sort of expecting to do well are doing well. The teams that are towards the middle of the pack, they're sort of where we also expect them to be. So anyway, let's take a look at some highlights from that last game before we get in towards our second Erangel of the day.
You just want to watch it again and again. It's a brilliant finish there coming through from Kodiak as they were able to take a 15 elim chicken dinner, netting themselves 25 points and a place on the podium. But they are only in third place, which as it stands wouldn't be enough to be sending them further forwards towards PMGO, towards those finals later on in June. They do need to jump up into second place. And with the Boars faltering somewhat in that last match, there's an opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, I think it's one of the situations where it's a minor mistake, right, with how they play it. I don't think it's horrendous. These things do happen. It is a bit unfortunate though, right? It's one of the situations where you don't expect a team like Boars to lose a 2v4, or they shouldn't lose a 2v4. And I will be harsh on them for that, because they're a team that shouldn't be happening to, right? That should not be happening to them. For other teams, it's sort of like I'm not as bothered, because a lot of these teams are working their way up the ladder. They haven't had like 4 years of experience, or even more in some cases on that team. So yeah, that's it. It's not a great play. So Boars need to pick up a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, having said that, they are still in second place by 2 points, I think it is, against that Yara crew. They obviously have an immense amount of firepower and the capability to just top the tables repeatedly. So hopefully the rest of these matches can be a little bit kinder to them. You are allowed a couple of duds, and that is what we saw from them last time around. No jumping to conclusions, but we'll go back to Erangel, the grassy pastures. This is match number 4 of the day, and it will be the last time we see Erangel today. After that, we're going to Miramar and Rondo. So, another South Plane path. Why not? Let's be so cruel to our players and send them back to Nova with the plane.
Yeah, this is really bad. This is the third Erangel, by the way. I kind of got mixed up in my Erangels, considering we've sort of changed the schedule a little bit going on. But yeah, this is a really nasty plane path. Actually, I think this is one of the worst. I think the worst you can get is the one that slides directly horizontal across airstrip, which, you know, thematically makes sense for the plane. For the players, not so great.
I mean, that is the worst place for a plane to do a flyover of, from an air traffic control perspective, though. Because you're taking up the air traffic space for both the landing and the taking off aircraft. So I feel like that's irresponsible both for our players and from a health and safety standpoint. So it definitely should never happen. No,
it should not. So teams going to get out pretty early here, but there should be clashes. Absolutely should be clashes. I don't think I've seen many teams playing Primorsk so far. I think that is actually fairly open. So we'll see if any teams do head over there. Looks like Ritzy is on the way. TBSS dropping out. SWAT Europas, trash draw.
Oh, no way.
Oh, God, blimey. SWAT Europa's trash drop over towards Yellows actually works out a dream. You know, no one else wants to loot there, but it means it's completely free for them.
Oh, my goodness me. Okay. I said during that last match, it's not unlikely that we don't see another Sosnovka circle for the rest of the tournament.
And
I was so close. I was like right on the edge of saying, but now that I've said that, it'll happen next match. In my head, I said that about 4 times whilst I was talking. But yeah, that's pretty crazy. Back-to-back Sosnovka, but this time, very, very dramatic south shift here. Teams are going to be looking at how to rotate in fast again. So Boars with another chance maybe to hold out Epsilon Axe, and perhaps we'll see a better approach from Kodiak, or a different approach in terms of speed to move through this one.
And it's sort of amusing, right? Because this kind of plays back into what I was talking about earlier, where players actually a lot of times prefer to play separate maps each time. Where I had a lot of conversations with people about this, people much smarter than me, about how, you know, you would prefer to play this one out. And I assumed incorrectly you would want to play Erangel, so you have like that experience, you build up that comfort on that map throughout the day, and then you get better and better, you maintain momentum. But yeah, players like to switch things up, so they have time to analyze and rethink how they'd like to do it. They'd like a little bit of a reset. But here you would have loved a reset so that you could figure out what you did wrong on Sosnovka, because you see it directly again. Gods Reborn, they are doing the mad dash. This is probably the fastest we'll see TBSS into the circle all day, but great news. They have left some of their players behind, though.
Ooh, that is unfortunate. I mean, TBSS sent Ronin all the way far forwards. And there's plenty to crash into on the far side of this one. Actually, Yara Crew losing a player early. They were trying to hold this West Bridge. It's not gone well for them. Gods Reborn actually doing pretty well on this crossing. And TBSS, they're kind of locked out. They've only got 3 players left on that northern side. SWAT Europa could potentially slow them down as well. I think for Gods Reborn, they seem to be panicking a little bit. But Yara Crew are giving Ronin a little bit more cause for panic as they descend upon him. The last player in that, well, sorry, the only player for TBSS in that location. The rest of them yet to go for that bridge crossing. The East Bridge, Epsilon Axe looking to get across. It looks like Golden Guardians also already sent to that South Island.
I think for Yara Crew, ambitious attempt. Very ambitious attempt, right? This is one of those instances where you have to look at the playing path in relation to where the circle goes. It's funny, it's almost annoying because people are probably quite mad at me about this, where last year I'm like, oh, you kind of do want to hold the East Bridge and the West Bridge. And now I'm turning around and being like, this is a situation where probably you wouldn't want to do that early because there are going to be an insane amount of teams crossing at this stage of the match. And you'd rather just get deeper into Sosnovka. But that's just the way PUBG Mobile works, right? Where you have to switch things up on the fly.
You have to have that ability, right? That multi-variable approach to how you're going to strat these things out. Making these decisions, you can't really paint by numbers on this one. Otherwise, it can be pretty condemnatory to your long-term prospects within the match. Yeah, losing a player for Yara Crew on that West Bridge, really not ideal, but they have managed to get across military base now and playing as 3. Maybe more than could be said for a lot of other teams moving forwards on this one, Blank. They're now playing on the south side of the island. The Golden Guardians are rolling around near them as well. I don't expect for them to clash too soon. There's still quite a lot of time and plenty of other teams as well to be worried about in the meantime.
If you're on the island, you very much have a situation of on the other hand, right? Where we have lost a player. On the other hand, we are on Sosnovka, so it's not so bad. So that is the consideration to make there. But teams are slowly shifting their way into the map. Haven't yet to move yet. Far Voice Gaming also going to be on a bit of a long one. I am curious to see how Kodiak plays this. And I'm also curious to see how many teams actually play on the northern side this time. It was so free for Kodiak every single time they've played this map so far, where there is this huge emphasis on the southern side of the map.
It may well just happen again, right? Because as you said before, playing this map back to back, teams may not have realized how free the northern side was or the opportunities that were sat there. Epsilon Axe actually not going to go across the bridge entirely. Instead, they're going to send people underneath. They've actually already got one across, so Terminus waiting on this mount. Might be looking out for more players. No, just going to step out, go for the spray down. Connects a lot of damage. The rest of the board's not quite going to find the angle, but there it goes. Able to connect, and Terminus able to find that shutdown. 2 players for Epsilon Axe are in the drink right now, so there's no way that they're going to be able to take return shots. And yeah, that was an interesting decision, just to floor it straight on down and see what they could get done.
Right, I mean, this is an immediate go again, right, for both teams. And I think that this is the right choice coming through from Boars, where instead of playing the girders, playing on the bridge, you play much further back. You have a lot more opportunity to leave here. I think holding the bridge up front, like I said, which Yara Crew tried to do, bad idea. There's going to be a huge amount of teams all flowing through immediately. And if you're on the bridge, it's hard to immediately evacuate. This is where Boars have set themselves up in a position where they can immediately leave. They've also got robs down towards the southeast side of Nova Repnoia. Makes sense, because they don't want anyone backfilling them in vehicles, in the boats.
And here go Golden Guardians, trying to hold off the port on the south side of the island against Ritzy. Ooh, a lot of damage done to player 1. He will go down, looking to find those trades, and Ritzy will not win that fight. Up on high, player 1 is knocked, is very much going to be resable there, but they do need to get a move on, because you've got Demon up to the north side who could potentially have heard this, look to get stuck in. You can see just how far-flung so many of these teams are. I think that the team, sure, you said you were interested in Kodiak, but for me, it's Vincere Mortem, right? They need to pick up the pace right now. They are losing time. They are losing daylight when it comes to competing for those top spots and making their move from South George. Not yet. What are we, nearly coming in towards minute 10? It's going to be tough stuff to make your way through, especially with how chock-a-block this west side is.
Yeah, again, I think for most of these teams on the western edge, they're all assuming the same thing. That bridge is going to be heavily contested. With the amount of circle that's in play for the western bridge, it's going to be hard to cross. Every team knows this. Most teams understand that likely this is going to be a case where you need a boat to cross in, or you're going to be swimming it from the North Island. Those are your options, realistically, here. It's very, very tough. Or you swing all the way around to that eastern side, but 17-15's currently there, holding over towards the gas station. You also got Kodiak probably going to make a gambit for that location. It's a hard one. It's a very, very hard one. If you weren't there immediately, it's bad news. And I do think for Far Voice Gaming, as well as Vincere Mortem, this is an instance where you really need a secondary drop spot. Driving all the way up to South George on this circle, no, it's a no-go. It's a no-go. You might be looted. You are very late.
And there are just so many teams on this western side, right? There's at least 4 on the north shore yet to cross, and that's what they're going to be finding themselves coming in towards after being ticked away at by the blue. Sure, it's only stage 2, so it's not the hardest of tick downs, but it's all damage, and that will allow one fewer round to have to hit you before you get knocked. The fights are starting to prop off, though, around Primorsk on the western side of it. And potentially Vincere Mortem could third-party this. That is a possibility. The boats should have been taken away earlier as well. Ooh, no. Alpi, not happy with that one. Rain, much more pleased. It looks like they're going to be adding 2 points to their tally. Vincere Mortem skirting the edge of this combat and not going to get stuck in. They may try an edge guard on it, though.
Yeah, especially, this is so awkward. I mean, what are we doing here? Find a boat and leave. I think everyone's got the same idea, honestly. This is where you need to start making that. I think for Vincere Mortem, the assumption had to be that this was ridiculously... This is a big roadblock. And maybe wrap all the way to the eastern bridge. Or you cross on the water, which is also another option.
Oh, Dakimi. Oh,
yeah.
No. So dogged in his pursuit there. It's just going to allow Rain to roll up behind. Anna just sprayed down 2 of them for free. And then looking to try and bandage it up and try and keep themselves alive. But Rain are going to roll into this position. And yeah, Vincere Mortem way too over-invested in getting a 400-meter elim on that vehicle is just not going to happen. Yeah. And now they've come a cropper to it. Unfortunately, well, fortunately, they really probably didn't have too many other places they can go because there are still like 5 teams on this northern side, including now Kodiak, who have moved into the west side. I'm surprised that Kodiak didn't go East Bridge on this one, to be honest.
Yeah, me too, honestly. I really thought they would try and go for East Bridge on this. I mean, for them, this is... I think this is more of a set play for them, though, than anything. If I'm completely honest with you, I don't think this is a oh, we're gonna figure it out on as we go. This is a case of if it's west side of Sosnovka, we play West Bridge and we sweep on the Western Peninsula, right? But here, not so good.
Vincere Mortem now with Far Voice Gaming to deal with. 2 players down on their knees for Vincere Mortem. They do find 1 knock in response. Seiko now bleeding out to Far Voice. Shum on the low ground, not quite having an impact on the fight. They still got that high ground to worry about as well. Well, the big ticket damage there in a second. A spray down for Sheath is good. And now 1 more player stands for Vincere Mortem. They really have not had the impact on this game that they would have liked to. No points so far. They do manage to pick up a res, but that's almost immediately taken back down. And Matt now with a nade cooking. I want to try to secure these points with Vincere Mortem. I don't blame them. Last player to stand, and he is going to fall by the wayside. Far Voice able to dispatch them, and with 1 point, they will fall.
I mean, I don't really like this. It's so odd. I mean, the amount we've seen no team swim. That not a single team has swum. Why? Why? It's an option. It's a very viable option. the play-in from this northern side. You don't always need to get across with cars. You just need to get into the top 5, which is so doable by swimming.
Now the West Bridge. I mean, TBSS, they've been here for the longest time, but they really haven't been able to get anything done because everybody's just decided we're going to fight on the north side. Your bridge hold is not going to matter at all. We're just going to hold on this bridge side, on this north side, and choke ourselves out because nobody's getting through that. Now Kodiak actually managed to find a couple of players from Alpi. A couple of points adding to the tally. We'll get that flush down. I mean, these guys know how to play out in the blue on this exact zone, right? They are absolutely used to it. Momodal hops in just in time to avoid the first salvo, but the second is not so friendly. And he is going to get taken down. It's stage 3, just about to tick to stage 4, so going to be very difficult to get him back up. No, he's not going to get it. And Kodiak down to 3. There's 2 games going on right now, Blank. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah. It doesn't make a lot of sense. And it's also quite hard to analyze.
Yeah.
I think that's my main problem right now.
So true.
Because you are right. There are 2 games going on. There is probably the game that is a lot easier to analyze, which is down towards the south, which our producers have very, very nicely zoomed in on. They're currently ignoring, just like we are, the shenanigans going on the northern side.
Well, to be fair, they are still on the screen, but yeah, it's getting pretty crazy. Kodiak racking up 2 elims. They take 1 down. Rain now bleeding out. Far Voice as well. Everybody trying to send it across. Kodiak actually making good inroads towards the South Island. They are now across and maybe going to be allowed to get through by TPSS. We've given ground. Yeah, they're not holding anymore.
They were, just not amazingly. It's so odd. For Gods Reborn, they have a great compound. Am I confident that Gods Reborn can hold a compound? Not entirely. XYZ will find Zinc, though, which is great news.
Add a point to the tally. It's always great news. Boars on the south side split as well. I like their position. 5 elims so far on the match. They've obviously had the advantage of dropping on the military island. Now 2 games in a row. This time it has gone so much better than it did last time around, but there's still plenty of time left for it to go wrong. East side as well for Yara Crew. They lost one earlier on, but they did manage to get across, and they're playing in this military base. Potential difficulty with Golden Guardian sat in front of them on the south side near the airstrip. So it could potentially be trouble in the aeroplane graveyard.
If I'm honest with you, Boars currently just hold everything, by the way. Like, every prime spot, Boars sort of holds it outside of where Gods Reborn is playing. They have the nice little house that sits just on the southwest side of airstrip. They have control of the ridge. They have players on the roadside towards the fences. There's so many good options for Boars right now. They're just waiting for stage 5, essentially.
Waiting for teams to come to them. They're up to 6 elims now. They've cleared out their territory. Team Demon are actually going to push in from the south, and they will need to make a way forwards for themselves. 17-15 providing a flank on this approach, though. That makes it all the harder to try and contest the Boars on this position. Last player for Golden Guardian, who we saw go down to just 1 player earlier on the south coast. Trying to hide out in and amongst the skeletons of these planes. But I feel like Yara Crew knows something's up. I feel like they've been scouting this for a while.
I'll see how long he lives for. They are slowly working their way through. We'll get some shots taken towards them. Very surprised that Anna is here from Team Rain, making their way in on that north side. Somehow made it to the Millie base. See, they just make it in there. They were right out on that bridge. So very late crossing in. Down to 9 teams, 27 players at 18 minutes. I don't think this lobby is the greatest at Sosnovka.
It has definitely been chaotic. And I mean, to be fair, getting 2 back-to-back is really going to rattle the nerves across the board. I think we're going to lose another team here on this Western scuffle. At least going down to reduced count of players. Gods Reborn holding out on their north side pretty well, though, as Kodiak sent their way, and that gets flushed out as well. TBSS, yeah, they're going to be able to find those shots downhill for sure. I don't think you get Azar back up. I don't think Carlos has the time to go for this one, as they commit to the spray down. And again, that front point for the players is going to get sniped away. Are now just down to Carlos.
Yeah, I think I do need to put a caveat here where, like, the lobby, yeah, I think it has been chaotic, and there's definitely a lot of teams here who are not 100% certain what the right play is for Sosnovka. But the big caveat is that was a disgusting playing path into a disgusting circle. So, somewhat forgivable, right?
Yeah. It is a very, very tough game, this specific one. And also after just having had fights where you're made to be unsure of yourself as well, moving forwards into it, you're sort of rethinking your game plan a little bit, but it hasn't fully formed in your mind as to how the adjustments should be coming through. And then you sort of just go in the middle of two strategies and you're really not doing either well. Seems like quite a few teams ended up like that, thinking, oh, we'll go in late on this western bridge. Everybody else seemed to have the same idea. It was a bad time. Ooh, Terminus getting spotted, though. 17-15, mounting their approach, and Rob's nades his own teammate out. Carlos there with the assist, and that might just help the off angle come through. The Boars lose their outpost. 2 players fall. Demon gives his position away, and immediately TBSS want the fight. 1 round now left in the pump action, and Tornado has to close down the chaos from up on high. Team Demon go down, but I think the big story there is Boars lose half of their players to 17-15.
Yeah, well, I think the thing is for Boars is that they had everything, right? But at some point you have to consolidate. I think the house over towards the western side of the road here, great spot to play. Where Wagon Hazard is currently playing, also a fantastic spot to play in. I think that they were... I think there's a case to be made they were maybe slightly greedy on that approach on the south side. Especially when you know that most teams are playing from the south in this lobby.
Well, the question is, do they know? Right? Because given the lack of time between those last 2 matches, they didn't play deep into that last match as well, remember, right? They went out fairly early on. They may not have had that information funneled back over to them and passed it through their decision-making filters, right? So that might not have been something that was available to them. Obviously, it's available to us. We've got the map feed up the whole game, but nobody else is going to tell them. So if they're not doing the research, which by rights they very much should do, and I believe that they have got staff on hand to help them out with it as well. But yeah, if nothing else, it's just too bold in that specific scenario. Yara crew though, still alive on 3. They lost 1 early on, sure, but now they're laughing. They're looking pretty healthy, all things considered. It's really them and Gods Reborn with a lot of control over this next circle.
Gods Reborn, great compound, really good spot to play. Very, very classic position over on Sosnovka, this one. You have 2 sides to it as well. It is interesting that they've not confirmed on a side, and if I was Gods Reborn, I would be taking the eastern buildings right now. Wouldn't be too bothered of trying to hold the western edge, honestly. Just because if you get crashed upon on that western edge, you lose 2 players, like suddenly you really are in a bad situation, because then players can just move across and start taking on the other side. Having 1 player there is not terrible, but again, I think I would consolidate.
I mean, given the number of players, given the number of teams remaining, they've got to be able to sort of read into the idea that, oh, it's going to be a lot of teams that are really down on player numbers. They're not super worried about a full 4 rolling up, and they don't have to be, given that they are the only full 4 squad, right? And at the moment, it's Yara crew who are off in the distance, 17-15 potentially off in the distance as well, and everyone else is kind of taking care of one another. For me, I feel like that flex out for Gods Reborn isn't necessarily the worst thing in the world, again, because of this specific scenario. They know how many teams are threadbare on player count, so it's not too much of a worry. They're going to look to spin out buggies as they try and cross the open ground. Taper going very, very low, just about has cover from something there to stay alive.
Yeah, he's going to just have to hold out for as long as possible from that position. But yeah, you know what? I'd sort of agree with you on that one. It's a unique scenario where there's barely anyone that can challenge Gods Reborn's spot. So why not have the outpost? Especially if he has a lot of high ground advantage from this building. Yeah, you know, I'd agree with that. I think that's a smart assessment.
I think now is potentially where you think about reconvening. Kodiak go down, 6th place. 6 points, not great. Boar's now out as well. At this point, now is when they should be starting to look to regroup based on that as well, right? Because now they know, okay, there's 3 teams remaining. We're 4 of the players. There's 8 players left, which means it's likely a 3 and a 1 coming up against us, given the gunfire that's happened previously. So they should be thinking about getting back together. But maybe they just want that high ground. Maybe they want to keep it. Maybe I'm wrong and they just made a bad call.
Perhaps. But Hat Yara Crew, another high placing game. Another very, very strong match here from that team. No, it might not be huge chunks of numbers they're walking away from these matches, but there's always change jingling around in the pockets that they walk away from in these games, which is great news for them. Taper from 17-15, looking to take some shots across, but not really finding much of anything. But I think just revealing his location, but the amount of teams that would want to push this is basically 0.
Ooh, circle shifts, goes out east. Does keep the Gods Reborn compound in, though. And they could potentially look to cross the road here. Hat Yara Crew are lining this roadside further on. They don't have control of that compound, but once you go into it, then you're in nade range, and that is really, really dangerous to be there. Taper does need to move forwards, and that is drawing a lot of attention from Loco. He's very worried about this angle. Investing a lot of time to try and secure this one.
For Hat Yara Crew, if they were to get a first place here, like that's an incredible day. You got a first into a fairly high placing, into a second, into a first. It's a killer day to rock things off. So see if they can get that done. Like you said, with this Eastern shift, though, it really does give them a big opportunity at a chicken dinner. I'm just kind of concerned about the util, how much they've got available.
Ooh, Kaylee. Sorry, rolling the shots down. With just that sliver of the compound left in, Gods Reborn don't have to move just yet. I mean, waiting out Taper here probably is the smart move from Gods Reborn. But the numbers advantage is going to start to diminish when they are going to be funneled into choke points, having to leave these compounds, right? Finally, they are now down to 2 teams, so a full assessment can be made. The open ground here, I think Hat Yara Crew in with a really good chance on this one of getting the chicken dinner with the outside angles that they have, with the control over the routes out of this compound against Gods Reborn that they have.
I mean, for Gods Reborn, see how they do make their way out here, because you have to push out towards these roads. But after that, it gets a little bit more dire, right? It gets a lot more dire for them. Hat Yara Crew happy just to wait things out.
They have the territory. I mean, they know that they have the numbers disadvantage. A full crash would be silly, and Gods Reborn don't want to give them any angles to find a numbers equalizer here. They are very much corralled to the edge of the circle. This next circle is really going to decide if it goes hard west, if it keeps the Gods Reborn compound in.
That is tough.
It's great news for them, but if it goes away, now they have to make their move. How many smokes have they been able to stack up and keep in the back pockets? Because it's now that you need to use them. Already they bloom across the roadside. They have to make a dash, but the question is to where?
6 grenades, though, at least on one of them. It's a pretty good result. That's a big old smoke train, but it's a very obvious smoke train, right? I think that you could spray through this. They are trying to make it as wide as possible, which is not bad, but as has a huge amount of grenades.
Oh dear, Loco with the lineup. He is getting borne down upon. The first knock goes their way. It's a 1-for-1 trade, though. And remember, Gods Reborn have the numbers advantage. Hat Yara Crew playing with 2. Needing to find those knocks in response. And there's the first, but now it's just up to 1 player left standing. They've gone 1-for-1 on these trades. But it is just not enough. The numbers still playing well for Gods Reborn, but that nade looks good. Does manage to catch it in a 1v1 now. Leaving just Calais left, last man standing. Gods Reborn with 1 player left. XYZ moves in, and the nade just drops in behind him, looking for the res, looking for the revive here. Another one is cooking. 5 seconds left on the res. If he gets back up, that might be it for Calais. Does he have any more nades? He's still got 3 in the pocket. Has to move XYZ away, and he gets the flush. Able to stop that res from coming on through. No, hang on a minute. He didn't. That's a re-knock coming on
gone out, and he's taking a lot of damage with these nades. Giving XYZ the run around the run out has not gone well for God's Reborn, but they still have a chance.
Yeah, as he's just moved up, he's providing so much information. It's unbelievable. I think at this point, you sort of you can't even peek up to take him out, and Calais just gets back-to-back nades from that Yara crew, and it's a first place. They do take down Loco, but oh my god, I was concerned about the utility. We panned over towards that Yara crew. I think they had around about 18 nades on board of just 2 players.
I mean, they swept through the whole of military base during that match as well. They would have been able to pick up player crates and all the loot that just spawns there naturally as well. They had a really phenomenal time in that final circle. They kept their control out wide. That smoke train did isolate one of the players, and it looked like it was getting hairy for a second, but those comebacks came on through. Those nades were just pinpoint because of the information that was fed back to him, right, by AZM. It really, really worked out well for them in the end there. And again, consistent finishes. This time they go above and beyond. It's their second chicken dinner of the first day of these finals. There is statements being made here, and I don't know if anyone has an answer.
Yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. I mean, Yara crew, at this rate, if they keep this up, it's an easy top 2. It really is an easy top 2, if not an easy first place. I mean, they are playing out of their minds at the moment. I think one thing that has been astonishing is just how well they are able to find these shots, able to find these nades, and it's becoming more and more apparent. It's a lot of communication coming through from the squad. You saw there with the player up front, I think it was AZM, providing all that information back across to Calais, where he could just send these nades over and over into the right place, really well cooked on every single one of them as well. So yeah, I'm starting to believe that the reason this team is so good is not only because their gun skill is so phenomenal, their communication skill seems to be great too.
Yeah, their firepower to boot is pretty powerful. I mean, even outside of Loco, they do have some fairly talented players, if I do say so myself. On that match, MVP goes over towards Calais to be able to close that one down. Brilliant stuff. Loco making an appearance there in the top 5 as well. Interesting that Tornado's up there for TBSS. Okay, in second place. Fair enough. He's working out the bridge camp, I suppose.
Yeah, again, I think this is just from that game, right? So the Tornado was able to get a lot done from that area, just taking pot shots at people. Kashi also able to get some good shots off. We saw that a little bit earlier in the match. Yeah, Balls Gaming come away with 12 points, God's Reborn with 14, but it's Yara crew again away with 22, which I think sits them up towards 70 points already, which is an unbelievably good 4 matches. It's actually astronomically good.
Yeah, it's insane. The fact that we're even talking about a 20-point average is absolutely insane. Or was that, hang on a minute, no, that was 4 matches. Okay, so not quite 20. I got ahead of myself there, but still huge results coming on through to be able to get what they've been able to do. I still have to question if it is just a case of they're on a hot streak, on a good day. Obviously, we've had 2 fairly similar matches with 2 back-to-back Sosnovka finishes. And so generally what that will do is, for players and teams that play well in that scenario, that's just going to sort of exacerbate the advantage that they'll find from getting those matches on board, right? It's just going to play to the advantage of the teams that are going to play that well. And I think Yara crew do play that well. They managed to get so much value from both of those 2 matches. It's insane. But again, I still feel like there's a little question mark around them.
Yeah, there is. I mean, with how chaotic those 2 matches were as well, yeah, you do have that little question in the back of your mind of, you know, is this just great opportunity taken by the squad? So 69 points across 4 matches. Well done. Really, really well done. This is like an insane result. And I mean, that's not to really put down Boz Gaming with 57 points over 4 matches. That's also a wildly good result from them. But for Vincere Mortem, I think it's the team that we expected a lot more from, currently on 17 points. They are on the front page, so, you know, it's not all doom and gloom. But yeah, we definitely expect them to be a lot higher than this.
I think it was kind of exemplified during that match as well, on the Primorsk Hill out to the east side of it. So over prioritizing trying to get some long-range spray downs that they just allowed a player up to spray 2 of their players out, right? Like, that is absolutely unacceptable when you know there's so many players in Primorsk to be going for something like that. I don't think I can excuse that in that scenario. they're not focused today. Maybe the next 2 days can be better for them, but I think for the rest of the day, that might be it for them. There is still Rondo, though. So, things definitely can change.
There is. But one day can be the doom of it all, right? Especially in a 3-day set. It's tough. It's very, very tough, John. So having one bad day, having one bad game is fine. Having one bad day, that could be really bad.
Yeah, I'll tell you what isn't bad, though. It's grabbing some of those UC drops that have been going out thanks to our sponsor, BuffBuff, who have officially partnered with us here for these broadcast days to be dropping codes in the chat. If you guys want to be getting cheap and instant UC, make sure you're heading over to check them out. But you can also get the cheapest instant UC by grabbing a code from the chat, from those live stream chats,
free.
and entering that as they come up. It's fastest finger first, so anyone who enters that code first will redeem those UC. If it doesn't come through, it means someone was slightly quicker. Better luck next time. So keep your eyes peeled. We're going to be going to a short break, though. When we come back, we will have Miramar and Rondo ready for you to go. Our last 2 matches of the first day. Will Yara crew be able to maintain this incredible pace? We'll see you guys in a few. Welcome back. We've got Miramar coming at you very, very soon. We have had 2 back-to-back Sosnovka circles, which was absolutely crazy. At the moment, though, it's Hatyara crew who have been accelerating away from the competition with their consistent points earnings. The Boars don't even know who you're talking about. It's all about Hatyara crew right now.
Absolutely is. I mean, they've been performing kind of insanely well right now. We can't tell if it's a little bit of luck, maybe it's a little bit of chance that it's happening. But, you know, I think at some point, once you at 69 points over 4 matches, you have to imagine there's something right going on in the team. So very, very well done to them. Venturimon a little bit more lagging behind, with Kodiak also finding some good points. Yeah,
it was fairly slim pickings for quite a lot of the lobby on a lot of those positions as well. On the Western Bridge, it was very, very jam-packed with players, and actually no one really opted to go for that East Bridge side. So definitely some decisions could have been made differently that could have changed the flow of the game, but that's all behind us. We've got Miramar to play. We're going to be heading over to the desert, because our game will begin once more. From the north side down to Los Leones, a little bit on the east side of this map, but should be fairly chill of a playing path, which is great news in comparison to last time.
That it is, because the last couple of matches have been a little bit wild, a little bit unfortunate in terms of positioning on that plane, but this time around, much more easy to work around with. Starting from that north side, a little bit unusual for these players potentially, as we've not really seen a lot of north to south plane paths here on Miramar thus far, but a lot of our teams getting out early. TBSS, one of the notable ones, who are always a little bit late here on Miramar. Hopefully they can speed things up just a little bit to get in towards the circle. We've had a lot of south circles over towards Los Leones, so potentially looking at something different, or maybe just the same, because that's the way the day's going right now, is we're just repeating the same old circles.
And it's Bartona Circle, guaranteed. That's what's going to happen there. We love going to the South Island, it seems, this time around. Yeah, as you say, TBSS out early, hoping that they can move faster. Team Demon over towards Torrejamada. Trying to keep an eye out for any hot drops. Of course, this is the first time we're seeing Miramar. No, have I made that up? We did have a Miramar earlier today. I did just make that up. I've completely lost track. But yeah, so this is the second Miramar that we've seen, so teams should be a little bit more familiar with each other. The circle not fully committing to a we're close to Los Leones finish, but it does keep it in there and centering up on Picardo more likely.
Very much so. But it is Kodiak, nice and central, over towards Picardo. Lovely spot to work with going forward. Far Voice Gaming down towards that southeast side. Overall, very, very kind circle, I would say. A little bit more different from what we saw before. Like I said, this one has a bit more conclusion in terms of where we're going to be playing, right? You've got Picardo being a big hotspot, Chumacera, Los Leones. Those are your big spots, right? Where you want to play around with. You might get a Picardo ridgeside finish, potentially, but you can work with that. In the meantime, we do have a hot drop over towards Hacienda and San Martin.
Yeah, it looks like Ritzy pretty able to take that one down, though, as Epsilon Axe lose 2 of their players very, very quickly. The other players are pretty close by, but this could be drawing some unwanted attention as well. God, it's been a while since I've seen the mirror suit on Miramar. As much as it goes thematically with the name. There's a little bit of an interesting one there for Ritzy. Looking to get glitzy with it right now, and 2 points is the way to start.
Pretty sure we banned that skin, actually, on this map.
I don't know if it was ever... well, I don't know. I think... yeah, I have no idea. Couldn't possibly comment.
I think it was. It was an official conclusion, but I don't know if... definitely different TO, different time.
I think it was... I think it may have been that it was like you have to wear specific things, not you can't wear specific things. So it was like a soft prohibition, that one.
Yeah. But it is a horrible skin to have on Miramar, because it does cause some problems, especially in engagements. Due to its visual.
Epsilon Axe with 2 players. Hoping that no one's going to get a visual on them, but they don't need to have one. They'll bounce the nade around the corner. Drop the rock at the feet. Immediately try and blast out for it. Looks like that should be rezzed fairly quickly, though. So, unfortunately, no capitalization. Unless they can find the... That's not how you want to bounce that nade. That nearly took himself out just then. Definitely wanted that one to go down the stairs, but not so lucky. And they're going to back off the angles. Going to give a lot of ground. Furia not really able to thread any needles back their way.
Yeah, never lucky. Next. To get something done, but good spray down through the smoke from Skylo. Always a proven tactic.
Still more damage to be...
It is messy, John. It's very messy.
It's far from what either of these teams are wanting. SWAT Europa, in the meantime, has sort of just gone around this fight. They're going to play on the south side of it, not going to get embroiled. They know what an early game settlement engagement can be like. They don't want any part of that. They'll just pick up the pieces around it. They know how to play against it, because they've had it happen to them several times. But yeah, for Ritzy, this is messy. This is not the Ritzy that we wanted to see coming into this stage of the tournament. Sure, they're on the front page now, pushing Vincere Mortem down, but it's not the idea that we had of them coming through to this one. They were talked about as maybe like a fifth-place team, right? That was sort of where they were seeming to place themselves coming out of those group stages in terms of power, in terms of prowess. That's not really coming through here. Skylo, I mean, he makes a move there. And his teammates doing work as well. A lot of damage sent over towards Ritzy. This is not good news for them. One down, one very, very low. Finally able to put a cap on the fight. But this is messy. This is mucky. And most importantly, this is slow.
It's very slow, but they're in the circle, right? It's just not too bad. It's not too bad. Plenty of time to work with before stage 2. There's 3-4 eliminations for them. And no deaths. But you are right. If you look at the health bars right now, that could have gone very wrong. We have to admit that to ourselves. But I do think Ritzy's very glad that they don't go down on this map, because I think this is where Ritzy's had some of their best games on Miramar. So had a good start there with 4 elims. Builds the confidence as well. You're feeling a little bit warm. Hopefully they can drag that kind of confidence in towards the later parts of this match.
Do need to get patched up and looted very, very quickly, though, because, I mean, what is it with this lobby and playing the south side of the circles as well, Blank? Because so many of our teams have already clumped in around the south side of Los Leones as well. Like, they're surrounding that huge area of the map around Chumacera, Los Leones. We have 5 teams who are in the north half of this circle. So there's almost double the team count towards the south side.
I think it's acceptable to play on the edge of Los Leones. We are still getting a lot of teams that are really confirming over towards these locations super early during our games. So much space over towards that northeast side. But again, northeast side is very open, right? It's pretty barren in terms of location. TBSS, you know what? Hats off to them. They go for a western rotate off the back of this one. East side didn't work last time. Let's try something different here. A little bit faster into the circle as well. I'm always glad to see a little adaptations where they do come through. I don't think Ronin should be scouting El Pozzo though. I don't think there's any reason to do it. You should know that Vincere Mortem plays this position anyway.
That information. Far Voice and Havoc did get in a little bit of a scrap. The knock came through over towards Matt for Far Voice Gaming. And Havoc are looking to capitalize, put some pressure on, keep this one going. Far Voice yet to find the res. Seiko more interested in suppressing the roll-ups coming on through. Nade starting to be thrown now between these two forces. 2 players up on the high ground. 4 Havoc as well as Wings drops down and into the fray. The res is happening this whole time. It is coming on through. Seiko able to get the teammate back up. The healing won't be there and the health bar might not be healthy, but that's another gun in the fight. And that cannot be overstated, the importance of it. Havoc yet to really find that inroad. They got that knock, and now all of their advantage is gone. They do have the off angle, though, and that's what Wings is going to prey on. Seiko down to a nade, and now they once more have a little bit of momentum to play on. The crash from Havoc, maybe, onto this west side compound.
Might be a good idea to go for it. A wild nade there goes through from Havoc, from Wings. Doesn't quite find anything off the back of it. Molotov's over towards the high ground. Try and keep them at bay. Quick spot. This doesn't look amazing so far between Farvoice as well as Havoc. It's a bit of an awkward fight where they are split 2 and 2. Right now, Farvoice can reinforce their position a lot quicker than Havoc can.
Ooh.
You do have to take these engagements at some point, and now Faker is in on the low ground, which is very bad news for Farvoice.
And they tried to go for that regroup. Unfortunately, though, Havoc, they've lost one as well. They are playing 2 separate fights right now, and at the moment, it's kind of 1-for-1 on the fight outcome. Unfortunately, though, Farvoice just lose one too many in that situation. Havoc will be able to get their players back up, and that will be 3 players to move on. But they've got to move for the circle as well, Blank. It was a pretty hard northwest shift. Keeps a lot of the ground out to the west of Picardo.
Yeah, weird one, that. The way it goes down, I mean, both teams looking a little bit all over the shop. We do head over towards that northwest side, like you say. Some nice compounds to play around with on that road. But a lot of teams looking to try and solidify around that western edge of Picardo, like you said, John. Some good spots to play here. I don't mind where Team Demon's currently playing. It's a good spot to get a lot of info from on the ridge. This is over towards the eastern side, but we're on board with LP Esports. Once again, another fight taking place over towards the barn. Crazy already down for SWAT Europa, and LP looking to clean things up here.
LP keep the pressure up. A lot of damage sent back over to them, but SWAT Europa looking to defend their downed teammate. I don't think that's going to be so easy. It might just be an info gathering mission for them as well. Oscuro cannot regroup now. He is locked into this fight. LP managed to keep him on their side of the fence. I mean, Tikas has a really solid angle here for nades up against them. It's Obito to actually find the shot on towards Oscuro. Actually gets the flush fairly quickly, fairly handily, and SWAT Europa down to 2. Blank, I think this match, the team that I am looking at the most is Vincere Mortem, right? They have a really large amount of ground on the north side to control. Can they convert into a solid match? These teams on the south, they're fighting hell for leather. They can stay out of it for as long as possible, whilst teams like SWAT Europa, like Alpi, get into the thick of it, tear each other to pieces. Vincere Mortem need to keep their wits about them to stay alive on the north.
Vincere Mortem, like you say, huge amount of space to work around with from Power Grid. You have a lot of information gathering from that location too. Alpi currently doing a great job versus SWAT Europa, by the way. Lovely shots coming across there. Trying to keep all players alive though. Only Cappuccino does go down. Easily resable in that location. That's a fairly central spot. I think they'd love to get rid of the final player from SWAT Europa now so they can start reinforcing this location, just locking it down, because this is prime position for a nice endgame.
Yeah, Kodiak on that north side, just lining the west edge of Picardo. Vincere Mortem on that north side as well. There's a lot of danger. And you don't want any to be coming from inside the house either. Godfrey Bourne, they've heard all of this fighting unfold. The Golden Guardians are very, very split right now. Kashi trying to get the drive-by, but they just get out of dodge. So, scouting information gathered.
I think just sending it. Vagnazada looking to take that shot. I mean, that's ambitious. That's very, very ambitious coming through from Vagnazada. I wonder if he's going to chase that down or just leave it be. And it looks like he is just going to double back. So the team started in Chumacera, so they have a bit of an approach from this south side. It'll take them a short while, and also you always have that road that cuts through the middle of this circle, which is never going to be fun because it sits just on the edge of this ridge here, you can see. So traversing up it, not fun, especially the circle moves south, but I don't think that's likely. Going down, on the other hand, that's not a fun experience. It's very unenjoyable.
Tough time. Tough time indeed. Goodness me. Yeah, you don't want to be caught on the back foot on that drop. Speaking of being caught on the back foot, SWAT Europa's last player, Eclipse, just trying to hide behind the hay bales. I mean, they know exactly where he is. Look, Obito is just so ready for him to make a move. With the rest of Alpi just getting into prime fighting form. Getting as healthy as possible. Looks like most teams have been able to find a little bit of this next circle. I imagine we're going to be waiting for about a minute for anything to really pop off here. I mean, the southwest side is probably the most likely to get things going. Potentially Yara crew actually on the east side. They're still making some maneuvers. Could prove to be a little bit of an attention grabber. Forced to open up over towards Musa and immediately getting that flush down as well. Very nice stuff. Havoc losing a player, another player after their earlier fight with Farvoice.
Yeah, I will say that this is actually one of the best games of Miramar we've seen so far from this lobby. Even from knockouts as well, I'd say. This looks a lot better in terms of how teams are separating themselves, line themselves up. You know, you all find a little portion of the circle to play around with, slowly work your way in. Yeah, this is actually much nicer. This is high level of gameplay here on Miramar.
Hey, look, anything's better than the back-to-back Sosnovkas that we've just had. So much chaos. So return to sanity, very welcome. That circle, very, very central. I'm surprised that Anna is still out on this split. I think that's going to be a regroup coming through from Rain. It certainly should be, with Kodiak waiting in the wings. Vincere Mortem as well, looking to try and assault onto the three-piece hold they have on the west. Yeah, the regroup does come through. So Rain are all playing as 4 now.
I think for Rain, not a bad place to be. You do want to sort of hold out towards Vincere Mortem, though. And right now for Vincere Mortem, going to be a little bit of a slower approach for them down towards the southeast side. You kind of don't really have access to a lot of the sightlines you need to really case this circle well. For Alpi, they are so delighted with their initial push. I think it was a fantastic position to assault. And now they have a really, really strong location for the rest of the match. Cherry Mortem, this is aggressive. This is very aggressive.
Okay, well, I mean, they want to get stuck into this tournament and try and open up against Rain. This Longhouse, no, under siege, but Dakimi's down. Semitana's taken a lot of damage. They really don't have an answer right now. Anna, rolling through the low ground, does take some flak, but spins his heel around the corner, steps upstairs, and stays safe for just a little bit longer. Vincere Mortem faltering on their approach. Dakimi not flushed just yet, but Rain, they know that one more is still out there. Nade in from Safik. Not quite going to connect there. Semitana hops out, looks to put a Molotov in up through the upstairs window, burn them down the stairs into the sightlines of his teammate. They're going very, very low. The Molotov works wonders. A huge play coming through from Semitana, but there's the backup. Rain should have had that in place earlier to watch for the runouts, but they've gotten rid of the backline too. Vincere Mortem now, 1 player on the inside, 1 player long and knocked on the outside. And there is a little bit of a call now. Mihai was not able to find the angle onto the Molotov stopper for Semitana on the off angle. A little bit messy coming on through for Vincere Mortem's approach, but they may yet be able to find all their players back and alive.
For Mitsa, it's an awkward angle, which I don't think was very helpful during this fight, honestly. I think this might be a case where Vincere Mortem spots that angle on the outside, and it's like, there's only 2 players and 1 player on an off angle inside the barn. That's the only thing that's happening here. So we can just send it. It's dangerous, but we got to get into the circle at some point. Ritzy is on their northwest side. They've attempted to get in. They've been absolutely torn to pieces, though.
Vincere Mortem will be able to hold this longhouse for a little bit longer. Just 1 player now left standing. Vincere Mortem with 2 on the inside is working out for them on this northwest position. Well, they have been severely diminished in numbers. Ritzy really rebuffed, as you say. Like, Saif just on the outside. Yeah, he's not going to be... surely he doesn't go in for this one. There's no way that you try and take that one down. And Vincere Mortem do manage to get their 3rd player back up in action. Really nicely find.
Yeah, I mean, for Vincere Mortem, good stuff. 7 points on the game. 3 players alive. Very playable from here. I mean, they're waiting for the next circle, but they are kind of out on the edge, so likely will have to move. Next circle keeps them in, though. So they can play around here for quite some time.
Got a little bit more leg room to stretch out with, but I mean, they're kind of trapped in the longhouse. Kodiak on their eastern side. We've heard all of this fighting, of course, safe through the door, looking to try and get some shots down. Has to back off. Can't really do too much more now. Last player to stand. Semitana has a nade, just 1 nade, but that might be all it takes. Launches it forwards over towards the rock. That looks good on the bounce. Goodness me.
That is all it takes.
Okay, Semitana able to land a 3-pointer there. Gets the elim, gets the point. Another team down, closer to those placements as well. TBSS, they're rolling in for a little slice of the pie with the balls just behind.
Yeah, plenty of fighting going on. Oh, TBSS, they don't have to move. Much better game from TBSS as well. I like the way they're set up here. Again, you've got to praise this squad for the rotations that they've made. This match looks way, way nicer than any of the others. Like, it's a stark improvement over every other Miramar they've played. That's great to see. Gods Reborn, though, still have to make their way off the top. They are directly in the way of balls right now.
That is not a safe place to stand, I'll be honest, for Gods Reborn, especially given their track record of holding compounds. It's not filling me with the greatest of hope right now. Even though Gods Reborn are in 4th place, yeah, I'm feeling a little bit worried for them. I mean, Boars don't have to put pressure on it just yet, with the circle as it is. Maybe they're just preoccupied with taking the positions on the high ground, obviously still in the foothills of Chumacera. So trying to figure out how they could drop down effectively.
Players are really... I thought we don't see many crashes, honestly, so far in this tournament. We've seen a couple here and there, but most teams just happy to sit and wait in their locations of the map and are praying for those circle shifts more than anything. LP having a little bit of scout out over towards Kodiak. It's a good spot as well. Winnie, though, dives to the floor. Hit his head a little bit, but he is safe.
Yeah, better that than standing in the way of a couple of bullets. Bad for the health indeed. Kodiak, with that split on the north side, in a fairly solid position. Should be able to heal themselves up nicely and just start to creep forwards. Quite a lot of ground is covered off by them in terms of having their lineup. Golden Guardians, maybe not so lucky. They are penned in right now pretty awfully by Hatyara crew, who are lining the east side of this one. The ridge that they're on right now, though, the next move they have to make is over towards the Alpi compound that we saw them fighting over for so long, over towards that warehouse.
It's a really, really good spot to play. I think Hatyara crew, you know, they could have a good approach on this one. The problem is the open ground that sits in front of them is it's a hard push. Like, you do need to have smokes available just to send it in. You can easily get towards the barn. Not a great position to play, but that is like a nice springboard to then assault over towards the longhouse. Like, the end goal is not to stay in the barn. The end goal is to hit over towards the longhouse, smoke off the windows, etc., then push up.
Well, there's teams that are going to be looking to do the same. I mean, Golden Guardians specifically. Going to make out Yora's crew's approach pretty tricky. The Boars as well, they did manage to find 2 of the players on the back of TBSS on that 2-2 split that TBSS decided was a good idea to hold in Stage 5. It's not gone well for them, unfortunately. And they lose their back 2. Boars marauding around, and now maybe the crash on towards Gods Reborn is on the cards. Oh, opener on the east, though. There's a knock on towards Alpi from... Hatyara crew, and they're just sending it blank.
Yeah. I mean, that made a lot of sense. Completely what we expect here. Kind of want to move over towards that engagement. A little bit more. Alpi. Hold it down for the time being. But yeah, as soon as Hatyara gets up, like, they've got a foothold now. Life is really hard for Alpi. They do manage to get their player back up again, which is the big news. The slightly more bad news is that Hatyara crew is knocking at the door.
They are ready to batter it down. Oh no, there is no safety there. Surely just about hops onto the flame-proof pedestal right in the corner of that room and able to get that first aid started. I think that should be a res available. Cherry Morton clashing with TBSS on the northwest side in the meantime, as well as the Boars still going at the fight. The nade in finds Alpi once more. And Hatyara crew continue their pressure. Calais leapfrogs through the fire. And now he's isolated on the top floor. Does need to be a little bit careful. The burn does start to falter, though. And now he's got a teammate to play around with. On the ground floor, though, that's not safe pickings. And hang on a minute, Hatyara crew may be getting rebuffed here. It's just Loco up and in action. Alpi holding on against the approach. They had a knock sent their way. It's going really well, but now Golden Guardians are rocking up onto the east and potentially Kodiak on the north as well. Want to get stuck in. They're moving in close, and can anybody survive in this engagement on the east side?
Yeah, anywhere we can play. Basically, that's what everyone looks at. Golden Guardians actually sent towards the south road. They found a little knockover towards this location. They spotted the elimination feed was popping off. So they instantly rocked back over towards the northern side. So it's a good pickup from Golden Guardians. But Kodiak, on the other hand, they again smell blood in the water. So they're just going to send it. Good shots from 77 over towards Tikas. And he will go down for his troubles.
In the meantime, as well, the Boars fell in their approach towards Gods Reborn Blank, who have stayed alive with 3. Snowick's got knocked on their approach, but yeah, not ideal. Cappuccino is going to have his froth skimmed as the rest of the team fall as well. Finally, Alpi go down, but they gave it one a hell of a fight, getting 7 points out of the situation. Golden Guardians up to 6 elims now. There is still Loco here, though, and I wonder... The Golden Guardians almost certainly don't know that there's still a solo player in. They saw a squad wipe, they imagine that the compound's clear. They'll have to wait and see. Kodiak looking to try and roll over both fights, actually. They sent an outpost over to the east. That fight's concluded. They're all back out here to the west to get rid of TBSS, and now they have the outside track.
Yeah, for Kodiak, good shots. Great shots over towards TBSS. Does take them down. Yeah, Boars, they went for a bit of a... more mad approach over towards Gods Reborn. I think they could have maybe tried to wrap on this engagement, but I think they felt most comfortable taking this one and trying to play off the ridge side, which does make sense. But it's a good hold from Gods Reborn. Very, very good hold from Gods Reborn. Yara crew, it's a very similar mistake as always, where a lot of the engagements happen there solo. And in other matches, it's been very much like just outclassing their opponents, which has definitely carried them through a lot of these engagements, but they're not really playing off one another very well, I don't think. But Loco is an outside force, right? He really is.
Oh, they do know he's here now. He's made himself known. He's stepping forward. Golden Guns are a little bit split. There's around the corner, though. I don't even think he saw that one. Hoxie flying out. Ferrari peeking in. Loco is sedated for the time being. We'll see him again in Rondo. There is a price to pay, though, apparently, as he steps out. Tries to get a little bit greedy for the loot there. And will go down to a spray from XYZ. That is very resible, but that slows them down on a position that the blue will be covering. They needed the time here to regroup onto player 1.
Well, they did. So this is a bit awkward, but 7 elims on the game. It's not bad for Golden Guardians. It really isn't. Kodiak's just going to absolutely swing it over towards Wings on Havoc. I know it's just one player inside here. Attempts to go for the spray. Molotov goes up. Wings does have to back off to the side, but this entire shack's getting blanketed in flames.
I mean, I don't think Kodiak can peek up over the ridgeline yet. They can't commit to this one, so they do just have to hope that they can burn him out. That's exactly what they do. The smoke is just too much, has to step out, but it goes over to Gods Reborn. They're able to pick that point up as he stepped out into their broadside. Kodiak up into the ridgeline. Looks like over the road, they will have competition in the form of the Golden Guardians. And Gods Reborn with oversight on it all, but having to move further north. That is a really tricky crossing. They have to get over the road here. They have to choose. Pick your poison.
Oh
Big
my
nade
God.
up, though, from Hoxie. All right.
Yeah, that's a hell of a swing on him. I think for Kodiak, you're pretty annoyed about that, right? I think they spent 4 Molotov sticky bombs only for XYZ to catch him as he walked out the shack. Yeah, it's a lot of utility spent for not even an elimination. Just gifted back over to Gods Reborn. Just one player alive in the model. And it's looking like a bit of a Gods Reborn game here. We'll see what Golden Guardians can get done. They are holding a lot of angles. Player 1 has a nasty side swipe over towards Gods Reborn right now.
Do manage to get that revive, but when he is immediately back down, Gods Reborn continue to pour nades on over the top. Might be a little bit empty on the util now, though. Momodal on the broadside, not quite getting fully clocked. As Golden Guardians can start to move in as well. Player 1 still looking to flex out against XYZ. Has got Gentleman as well now to deal with on that flank. 77 and Hoxie on the back line. Trying to hot-foot it out into the open ground. Gods Reborn do have their back to the blue zone blank. Time is their enemy at this stage. It closes dead center. They have got the pressure on them.
There's a great stutter step from Memodel, by the way. Surprised he got away from that one, but the fact that he does a little back step during that dash down the hill, that actually keeps him alive there. Yeah, that's just what keeps Kodiak at this kind of level. Now they're back up to 2, somehow, some way. You are right. Zone is going to push Gods Reborn out, and they have a very similar situation to their last match versus Hat Yara Crew, and it would be pretty crushing to lose like that again.
Ooh. Still just holding on. Fingernails dig in right now. Clambering to scrape themselves up the sandy dunes. And knock sent over to XYZ, and a lot of damage over towards Blue, but there's a nade right on Momodal's ear, and that blasts him sideways. Winnie has to get out of dodge as well to avoid that, and that's going to be the bleed out. Confirmed. Going down to 1 now in the middle of this fight. But the healing can come through as well, and the nades are going to start to run dry now. Golden Guardians, they may be able to capitalize on it. In fact, they do. They find those shots. They find the shutdown. 10 eliminations. Gods Reborn fall. And now it's just Winnie. Left last man standing. Down behind the vehicle. They've got all the angles they could need. The nade looks pretty decent, but Hoxie's already out of dodge. Out of the way. Haven't quite got the damage they were looking for. There it is. On target. They're able to close it down. The Golden Guardians reign supreme over the desert.
Yeah, good stuff from the Golden Guardians there. Surprised how quickly Gods Reborn dropped, but yeah, crushing defeat there for Gods Reborn again, where they didn't even get second place this time around. They get a third, and again, beaten to the post by the Blue. Like I said, it was always very difficult to come down off onto that roadside. It's a pretty big feature of that part of the circle. They had tough stuff. For Golden Guardians, though, I love the way they played that game. Really quick decisions made over towards that compound on that north side to actually go for the third party. And it worked out wonders for them because suddenly they had a huge amount of control over like the entirety of the northeast third, essentially. Really, really good stuff.
Really solid control was the name of the game necessary in that last match. It was some difficult maneuvers, I think. It was really, really tricky stuff. Obviously, that east side compound fight, so pivotal in the pacing of that game, with so many teams deciding that that was where they were going to try and get stuck in. That was the graveyard for many, many a player. Alpi did really well in that compound, I think, given that I think it was about 4 teams total that tried to push into them. The fact that they held on as long as they did is a credit to them. But head-to-head here, Golden Guardians and GR Esports at the moment. Yeah, Golden Guardians definitely outstripping them in terms of pace with over 2,000 damage done over the course of the game and 21 points earned.
Yeah, good game. Really, really good game. 21 points there for Golden Guardians is going to put them easily on that first page, I'd imagine, with how much points they're getting zoomed up over towards that top side of the lobby. Hoxie gets himself the MVP of the match, almost 800 damage done, 5 eliminations. Overall, yeah, I think Golden Guardians had a great approach to this game. A lot of it made sense to me, honestly, with the way they played it out. It was a lot of things where I was like, you should probably do this at this point, and then they went and did it, and I was like, okay, that's cool. It's good to see. Good to see.
Yeah, it's really good news for them. Obviously, top player there was Hoxie with Cappuccino. Making that second place spot as well. 2 Golden Guardians on this front page with player 1 on there. And Gods Reborn have an entry as well to round out the top 5.
I think for Samatana as well, gets himself to decent place, you know, 3rd here. PMSL. Oh my god. That's a bygone time right there.
Wow.
From Samatana.
Someone get them poor man a name change. But yeah, again though, for Vincere Mortem, they did manage to get quite a few elims. But I am once more slightly disappointed by the performance in that last match. I mean, it's not sort of where it needs to be. It didn't feel principled, and I don't like what they're bringing to the table today. It's definitely being overshadowed by a lot of other teams who seem to be much more focused on reading the lobby, understanding its movements, and playing to their biggest advantage in that situation.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think for Vincere Mortem, the biggest thing about them that kind of made them really good was their teamwork and their presence in a lot of these circles. They're very good at clearing out teams. You do have to somewhat like go back and question whether they're very good at clearing out areas of the map because there were more feeder teams available to them over in those group stages. That is always a possibility. For Hat Yara Crew, they seem to be performing at a whole other level inside of the actual finals itself, though. So really good stuff to them. And right now, Wagnazada drops down to a 3rd place, and we have 3 of the Hat Yara Crew on the first page.
I mean, they have still put up incredible averages. That last match, not as fantastic for them, getting stuck in. Their crash not quite successful on the east side, but still very much in the thick of it when it comes to those overall situations. I think that was their lowest performing match, if I'm not mistaken. I think that they really didn't manage to get too much done, but that's not going to stop them from staying atop the pack. They're still on 72 points on 5 matches, which is incredible. A brilliant result. Balls as well, 62 points, and Kodiak on 51. I mean, there is a clear top 3 here. For Gods Reborn, being able to keep up the pace here, I think is a bit of a surprise, and Golden Guardians will launch themselves up the tables with that match as well.
Yeah, I think for Gods Reborn, it was... I sort of expect them to be at least on the first page, especially last week that they managed to get so many points despite, like, 3 of the 6 matches they played a day were hot drops. Like, the fact they were able to keep up in some way or another was impressive. They're not really having to deal with those hot drops as much now, so I did expect for Gods Reborn to have a little bit of an uptick in performance. But by this much, maybe not. Maybe not.
Yeah, they have managed to keep themselves in the conversation. The back page here, I think, is fair still. I think SWAT Europa could be flexible. I think Ritzy could potentially be flexible. But I criticized Ritzy today, and I think that the criticism still stands in terms of their gameplay, right? I think that it's still just lacking that little something special to put them over onto the front page. We're going to go to a short break. We're going to get ready for the final match. Rondo is around the corner, and which team will have enough stamina to get stuck in for those hot drops, because it is going to be chaotic. Tune in a few minutes. We'll be right back.
It is time for Rondo, and buckle in. It has been a brawl throughout the qualifiers for this tournament. We expect it to be nothing short of a firecracker to kick things off. Hot drops, recall towers, hot drops again, re-hot dropping. I think you could still probably technically hot drop until about minute 15. It's that crazy, Blank. We're just going to keep things going, I think.
Yeah.
So, yeah, for the first while.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. But I think we do need to come back to the point you made right at the beginning of the day, is that we are now 5 matches deep. How much steam have these teams burned through to get to this point? And we had 2 incredible Sosnovkas over on 2 of our Erangels today. I really do question how well these players can continue going at such a high level through to Rondo, which you're going to head into right now, and it's a double flame path. Oh my god, what a day, what a day!
And better than that, Blank, they cross over Neox Factory. I mean, it's like it was fated to be. Let's see if all of our teams are going to head over there. We do have sometimes players heading over towards Yulin over on the west side. We've seen the Temple Grounds be a little bit more occupied with fighting, but I think these playing paths, that might be abated somewhat, and Neox Factory is going to get messy. I'm predicting 8 teams. 8 teams in Neox Factory.
Okay. That's quite a few. That's maybe more than I would say.
There's at least 4 out of that east plane path.
I could also... maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 8 teams actually isn't that out of the world of possibility. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, maybe I'm predicting 10.
Whoa, hang on a minute. You've just stalled long enough to be able to look. What's going on there? Maybe stadium hot drop as well. Looks like we've got a couple of players out and around there. North in Ryan as well. Potential contest over the recall beacon as Ritzy have split 2 and 2. They actually have a recall beacon on their south position as well. The recall towers, remember, will allow you to bring your teammates who have died back into the fight. And already things are starting to pop off around Neox Factory and Test Track as well. It's going to be a bloodbath out here.
Do you know what I would do if I was in this situation, right?
Cry?
I would spot where every team sends their solo player, and I would just drive from locale to locale. And I would eliminate that solo player.
Ooh, that's pretty cruel. But maybe effective. May well be. Potentially pretty dastardly dangerous. Don't know if anyone's going for that right now. I mean, maybe Rain up in the north with Ritzy would count, but we'll have to keep an eye on that. Epsilon Axe, the only team down to 1 so far. Rain have lost players as well on that north side and a 2 versus 4 with Ritzy. And Neox Factory yet to fully pop off. Seems like teams are biding their time, but now the teeth are starting to come out. And the claws are being bared. Scratching. Grabbing at all of these points, and there we go for Cherry Mortem losing a player. More and more starting to fall. This northwest point of Neox Factory. This is actually fairly far removed from Neox Factory towards the test track. And there's just so much damage being inflicted as we hop on over to the Boars, who actually are doing very well on the inside here, holding the rooftops, but they haven't really been able to find any points out of it just yet.
No, I'm interested by this outfit from Robs. This is an interesting one. The old green screener. Shoom from that looked like he lost that fight. He really looked like he lost that fight there. Somehow comes out on top. But it's hard. It is hard to keep track of everything that goes on in these matches. 20 finding some from Team Demon. I mean, I don't want to just read off the elimination feed because that's what it sort of boils down to a lot of times. But one of our teams that has done fairly well so far is Far Voice Gaming. Got themselves 4 eliminations right off the get-go.
Yeah, they've managed to find a full squad wipe in effect, which is a nice result. Far Voice looking to maybe put more pressure onto Kodiak as well. They do have angles on a play. He's going to stick the res. Winnie drawing attention. Now they have the sideswipe. He's charging up into the window frame. Draws the attention. Immediately, Winnie capitalizes. Around the side, though, there's one more, but the off angle is just too slick with it. Seiko, now the last player in this action. Actually, yeah, okay, Far Voice Gaming, they've got a player all the way out towards Hung Shan. So they will be able to get their players back up. It's not going to be a full squad wipe. Don't you worry, Far Voice Gaming fans. They are going to be playing down towards the south side now, though.
They will. Team Demon, got Mustang. Currently playing it safe. I think he's I think he is one of the final players left remaining for this squad in this engagement. Kodiak on the outside after manhandling Far Voice Gaming. Well, the EMP zones are now up.
Ooh, okay, last player on the inside. Yeah, immediately gets the recall going on through, and Kodiak had a 7th Elim point to their tally blank. This is nice to see. They've got Momodal all the way out, missing out on all the fun, being their recall anchor just south of Quantum on the western side. The Boars are losing one over towards the Golden Guardians, actually. That's a nasty little pickup there coming on through. The Golden Guardians would be happy to see that one.
I think, you know, that might be their outpost, right? That is their outpost. So they can't get back up again now. So Balls are sort of living life without the auto res available.
Oh dear. That is far from ideal. They are really going to be stuck in this one. Definitely needing to win out on these fights, and Kodiak seemed to be on fire. However, Swat Europa rock up. There's a knock sent out their way, and now they found 20 as well. That's a flush. Okay, I thought it was going to be another knock, but no. Kodiak maybe a little bit easier to blast past than they expected, but the rooftop just a little bit too hard. Magnazada does get backed off by Winnie, who may try and... Oh, if Robs had held that angle, he would have had Winnie dead to rights here. And Vincere Mortem actually sending players forward now. Okay. The Boars are still very much stuck into this location. Crazy goes super low and will fall down to Winnie. But the Boars desperately wanting to find a recall beacon.
Well, I think the thing is that this is why they push so hard on this one, is that, yeah, they could sit up here all day long, or they could clean out the stragglers, which I think is what they're going for right now. And then they can play up towards maybe a little bit on their northwest side, try and get the res beacon over there, which makes a lot of sense to me. I think it does get a little bit frightening when you lose your basically the medic of the team in Terminus.
I mean, there is a recall tower right there in Neox Factory, so they should be able to pick players back up if they can keep control of the area. But it is easier said than done with Kodiak rolling around as well. Alpi moving in on the south border, potentially looking to pick up stragglers. And teams are starting to make moves now, more focused on the circle. And that is a pretty hefty tally of elims already racked up. Kodiak may be looking for more, but 2 of them are pulled out. That is not good news. Or maybe it is, actually, because the rest of the team are actually all the way out on the west. Momodal and 20, both out on that west side. So going down there does allow them to regroup nice and effectively, but they lose out on the vehicle. So sad.
Yeah, you try something a little bit aggressive, right? They get past, maybe they get a spray down, then they can regroup the team. If they go down, then they just regroup anyway with Momodal as well as 20. So either way, not a big deal. 2-pack currently going hell for leather over towards Alpi Esports, who did have that run in with Kodiak, but now not going so hot versus Ritzy.
Still yet to see a squad fully go down. The fact that Kodiak aren't back in action yet is interesting. I imagine they're going to be trying to get that one on as soon as possible, because the blue zone is now upon their recall tower location out on the west side. Crispy over the ridgeline can't quite thread the shots through. Pack will be able to find, though, a lovely little step up there around the emergency deployed cover. And should be able to get that flush nice and easily. But again, these recalls could just come on through. Although for Alpi, I feel like they may be in a pretty rough spot when it comes to getting towards a recall tower.
Do you think... I mean, we're getting to that stage of the game where you sort of have to go out of your way to get to the recall tower. I think at stage 3, stage 2, I think it's very doable to just head out into the blue and make it happen. It's a little bit more awkward, but better late than never, honestly. We are heading down towards Hongshan. So Danqing just a little bit out of the picture here, which is always a fun finish. But instead, we're going to head further down. There's only a little bit of water that sits on this one. It's over towards the western side. So actually quite a comfortable area to play on the map.
A lot of teams already making their way in there. Not too far from Neox Factory. A lot of recall towers sort of lining that south and west side. That will have been the respawn points for plenty of teams that got caught in the thick of it. The major profit of this early game has in fact gone to Kodiak, who are now out on the west side near Lampold, moving in potentially towards Rinjiang. The Boars, they're trying to make it out of there as well. Potentially get towards a recall tower. Remember, they have 3 players alive, and they do want to keep it that way. And maybe try and make it back up to 4. They've got about 6 or 7 minutes until those recall towers do shut off. They need to try and keep their health bars high, but will get pulled out for 1. No point turning around. At this point, Boars, I feel like they do need to try and commit towards a recall tower, because they've already lost 2. And if they want to be getting any further into this one, it needs to happen now.
It does. I don't know why. It is confusing, right? Playing on as 2. I feel like you just play out into the outside of the circle, try and get 4 players back up again. And then if you're playing 4 on the edge, it's completely reasonable. I think it's less worth it than trying to play 2 out in the center. I think it's very unlikely you get a top 8 off the back of that, especially in this kind of position.
It's always a difficult decision to make. I mean, there's a recall tower out in the northwest for SnowX. If he can get out of dodge, everyone else seems to be leaving the area. It's potential to get back into this fight nice and quickly. Alpi as well. They're down to 1 player, but they are stuck right in the middle of this zone, Blank. They are slap bang in the middle of this one and right under the nose of Loco. So I don't imagine that there's a move in the mind of Jakey anytime soon. This is pretty excusable in terms of going for it. Actually, not even going to be possible now. It does manage to roll on out, hop down. The knock goes over to Loco, but that should be resable. It has cover from the angle they got knocked from.
Why did Loco try and nade Calais?
Funny, isn't it?
What was that all about?
I thought that was a smoke, to be honest. I wasn't tracking because I was like, that's definitely got to be a smoke, right? There's no chance it's not.
Yeah, that was weird. Was
it a stunner? I'm not sure.
No, I think it was the nade that he sent over towards it. I might be wrong. Circle does shift heavily over towards the northeast side. Now, a lot less compounds to work with. There are the silos over towards that western edge. But very much we're looking at the dirt tracks and the small hills that sit towards the center of this one. Southeast side is going to be a little bit weird for a lot of these teams coming in from the southwest, because that's sort of cut off by this ridge where you can hide quite a few of the teams in that location. So you do have to be worried there. I am very sad we're not ending in Danching. It's one of my favorite endings, honestly.
You'll be denied this time around, unfortunately. Not a chance. Kodiak looking to pick up more and more points as time goes on. They are now on 10 elims, Blank, and we are only in minute 12 and a half there. These do start to stick, and LP the first team to go down. These elims will indeed start to stick as teams get further and further removed from going for a recall tower. I think the Boars are going to be able to get a recall on the north side with SnowX actually breaking out for 1 on the east. TBSS might catch wind of it, and Havoc as well, further north of it, are also going for a recall. So potential for them to come into conflict once more. We'll see where they're able to find their home. 17-15, they're dashing through the middle of this one, taking a lot of fire from all angles, but seemingly managing to escape through. Not all of them, though, so lucky. And there is Heaven in anything but Skylo. Just layering down those rounds, making his life so tough, but not finding that knock just yet.
Look at the sense of more shots across. Venturi Mortem, it's not a bad spot to play in, honestly, on the southwest side. You would be... I don't think you'd be wrong to think that playing towards the southwest side is a bad idea. Getting another northeast hard shift is somewhat unlikely. So playing down towards the southwest side, you're kind of hoping for it to maybe center up a little bit and continue to play in this area for a little bit longer. Because it is open, right? You're playing around a lot of these horrible roadsides. Agazada does find wings from Havoc. Sadly got caught out on the road there.
Yeah, that was the regroup for the north side. I'm interested as to why the Boars have 3. I didn't catch them losing a player again on that north side, because they obviously did get to a recall tower, but only playing on as 3, which is unfortunate. That is not ideal. On the north side, though, with Ragnazada evening the numbers against Havoc, they do have a solid building to play around, and they can start to move in. TBSS, though, to their north, could prove to be a worry. Could prove to be difficult for them to try and handle. Ritzy are going to have to handle SWAT Europa on their east side. And with 4 players for SWAT, the numbers are going against them. And now with 1 player left standing, I think SWAT might just be able to overwhelm on that southeast side. A lot of teams on that southwest edge, like you were talking about, playing in from Hangshan. And they're going to have to move up north. It's over towards the Boars and TBSS and Havoc.
I said it was unlikely, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. We do head directly over towards that northeast again. But you're right. Now Havoc's position becomes really good spot to play around. TBSS, I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that they just rush towards the center of the circle. But instead, they're continuing to play on that edge. Really playing it very safe, very slow. Everyone wants this position that Havoc's playing. This is a lovely spot to play in.
Yeah, it would be super high prio, but you have to get through so many barriers to even get there. Epsilon Axe embroiled right now on the south side with Vincere Mortem, with Gods Reborn. You've got the west edge, which is really dangerous, and it is getting hotter by the second as well. Golden Guardians trying to extract from there. SWAT Europa actually probably one of the better approaches, moving all the way out towards the east side. But the Golden Guardians not so lucky. Team Demon giving them what for, and Kodiak as well in the wings, waiting to pounce should the opportunity present itself. But they've fled up towards the north.
Hoxie got some good shots over towards Gods Reborn, but now Golden Guardians do have to divert downstairs. It's a nice... Oh, man. If he just kept pushing it, he would have been fine. That's one of those few situations where you just have to have the confidence to keep going. Instead he darts back downstairs into the nade.
He was condemned by his own decision there. Golden Guardians will fall to Team Demon. Vincere Mortem trying to get ahead of this one, and actually Far Voice Gaming had a lot of damage poured into them from Epsilon Axe as well. Vincere Mortem using them almost as a shield on this rotate, and Furia can't quite decide who to try and aim for. As Far Voice lose yet another. That point is pulled. Semitena, I think he took a tumble out in the open there. Has to drop the emergency cover. Not ideal.
Whoa, yeah, what I'm assuming is either the vehicle is absolutely smoked, which it was, or he lost a tire. But I think it's more likely the vehicle was just incredibly damaged. He just had to get out. Which does leave Vincere Mortem sort of high and dry here. Not enjoyable stuff to be working with. But then it does go down. Area with some nice shots actually been sent through. Safix. As well as the Kimi do get some nice shots back over towards him though. I think that Vincere Mortem can stabilize off the back of this. They're likely going to lose Semitena though.
Might lose more if they're not careful. The roll-up is good for the first. They have to hop out into the fire, and Sharp cannot stay close to cover. He's going to get taken down because of it, and immediately Vincere Mortem are able to find Epsilon Axe, who do get eliminated blank. But in roll, Gods Reborn and Vincere Mortem are still very much on the ropes right now. Dakimi cannot hang about. He has to get away. Picking up Shun may be terminal here. I don't think he should have pit stopped there. I think that might be the end of them. Gods Reborn are going to roll up. The nade is already pouring on in, and now he's stuck in this fight. He has to take it. The nade around the edge just not going to be enough, and that is the end of Vincere Mortem's day. They weren't able to keep up the pace even towards the end. Their final opportunity to do so, and it's disappointment for Vincere Mortem. As we take a look towards the top of the tables, those teams are not slowing down any time soon, and I've been watching them for a while now, but Hatyara crew have managed to find themselves in a brilliant position with slow and methodical movements.
Yeah, micro rotations are a really big name in the game, especially on difficult shifts like this one. So we can get another difficult one that heads over towards the eastern side. Still surprised no one's really fully invested over towards Havoc's spot, but again, in a similar vein, it's like very hard to even think about it right now. Everyone's still making their way in from the edge of the circle, edge of the zone. They haven't really had time to think about mounting an offense over towards Havoc.
SWAT Europa, last player to stand, crazy by the wall, and he is got to be sent away. Team SWAT Europa will be going down there. Rain now on the eastern side, still have to move further forwards though. The last backstop for Hatyara crew, Loco, is got teammates fairly close, just over the road from one another, so they can regroup nice and quickly. And and they will be fairly chill. Rain opting to go up towards the north. TBSS potentially on the menu for them with their outpost on that position. Kodiak on the far side of the circle, on the northwest edge, with 11 eliminations already blank. They're looking to try and put the hurt down even more.
Yeah, it's a lovely game for Kodiak. Really good start. I mean, we sort of expected that from this team. I think that's where we were a little bit worried for Kodiak, because I think it's the team that does earn a lot of their points on Rondo. Because I do think that objectively Kodiak has some of the best team fighting, if not the best team fighting in this lobby outside of Boars, maybe. But yeah, I think this is where they really shine as a team. So having the 6th match of the day, you are worried if the energy is a little bit low, but that doesn't seem to be the case here, as Kodiak keeps the energy high, which is nice to see.
Yeah, I think we're looking to be maybe not quite at 100 elims on this match blank, but certainly going to be getting close to it as the Boars start to rack up their tally one rung at a time. They're up to 6 now on the northern side. Kodiak potentially getting stuck in with TBSS and Team Rain both taking on one another. They definitely could look to third party here. Anna on the off angle. Got to spot out the players going down, getting knocked, and Team Rain starting to take casualties as well. Kodiak playing effectively here to make their way into this next stage of the circle.
Yeah, for TBSS, they ran out of time, right? They had to speed things up. They had to do something to try and affect how they were going to push in towards the circle, and they just didn't do anything. Like, that was either going to come through on a little bit of a crash onto another squad, clearing out more space, but they were very content just to sit on this northeast side. And if you don't do anything like that, you're not going to get a huge amount off this game. They're not even into the placement points right now.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Gods Reborn going down as well. 7 elims, so still adding to their tally. Yara crew all the while have just been establishing so much control over this circle blank. These micro rotations, as you said before, have been so great for them. I don't want Lazzy to be really peeking towards that angle with the Boars already aware that he's on that angle. I think that would be unwise. They're playing a 2-1-1 split right now. And that circle kind of helps them out with it as well. It's going to force the teams on the north to fight off against one another. The major threat right now, I think, is to Calais' position. 17-15 may try and overwhelm from the west flank.
I mean, they just hold so much space. Calais doesn't really have to peek all that much either. You can just sit on that position for a long, long time. By the time the 17-15 do have to push, he'll have recalled the rest of the team. It is somewhat worrying on this lineup right now, but as long as they're only looking for information, this is fine to play for Yara crew for the time being. But hopefully not trying to take too many shots. Lazzy's basically pinging from one spot to another to basically help whoever is taking shots go for the team shot as well. So they have 2 guns facing down whoever at the same time. You see Lazzy now moving over towards that northwest side. He might try and reinforce on Calais now. He absolutely needs to reinforce on Calais now.
Yeah, this western side, that is the danger zone. Loco able to find the final player on Team Rain and adding the elim count up to 10 for Yara crew very, very quickly, finding so many points on this match because of the position that they've been able to build for themselves. They have stacked it brick by brick and the foundations look strong. They know there's one player and immediately look at that dissension of Yara crew onto the solo. They do not want to let this one go immediately back into the cast because they need to spread out once again. They've left a massive vacuum on the east side, and I think they're aware of that. Move back out, keep that oversight. Nicely done.
Yeah, I mean, for Calais as well as Lazzy, they sort of need his loot as well.
That's true.
For Loco, it's a little bit easier. He's got quite a bit of ammo on hand, but for both those other players, I think they're running with like 40 bullets and the 40 bullets remaining on deck. They make the lineup over towards 17-15 as the blue starts to push in. They've been keeping tabs on this team. They know eventually they're going to have to move up. Calais has been very quiet, though, on this south side and finally spots up. But look how much ammo he's still working with. Didn't get the replenish off.
Ooh, really can't afford to do too much more here. Goes down, and there needs to be backup now from the rest of Yara crew. Has got the headland to keep him covered off. The Boars may be able to mount an offensive. No, they're kind of locked in with Kodiak. Maybe Havoc could get stuck through, and they are going to start to flex out, but that's going to be worse for 17-15. The flex down now. Yara crew fully investing on the south side. They're looking to get the res up onto Calais, and I think they're going to be able to do it, but the nades start to pour over. 17-15 do not have Havoc to worry about because they bite their tongue and do not mention a word. will not get further forwards towards 17-15, but the res will be there now. The pickup came in, and now Hatyara Crew can start to stabilize, but can 7-15 keep the momentum going?
They've got nades in hand. Look at send him over the top. That one doesn't look too bad. Sends over the edge as well. There's getting damage done though. For 17-50, they kind of burn out there a little bit. I think the nades were not terribly placed, but some were short, some were long. And when that happens, you have a really tough time of it.
And Havoc not taking the chance to get stuck in. A rundown comes through from AZM, and now they want to keep charging and going for more. One player now left in the smoke, trying to keep himself above water, but that is a rising tide of Hatyara Crew players, and Loco, the one to seal the deal, up to 14 elims blank now. And they're looking to move back over towards this next circle because the North fight still hasn't concluded.
Yeah, I mean, right now they're looking for a 90-point day, which I think is very doable.
Have they not already got it? With the placements?
100-point day, sorry. Yeah. Because they would need 28 points, so that's 4 more eliminations. So a 100-point day is very doable.
Oh my God.
Which is kind of wild. Just a little bit.
I think that might be one of the highest scoring days that we've ever seen across PUBG Mobile, if they're able to pull it off. Certainly at this level of tournament, it's a very impressive task, but they have to do it first, blank. They've got all 4 of their players alive, and they have managed to move into a really solid spot as well. Look at the high ground hill that they hold, but we'll have to move down it not too long from now. Kodiak also 12 elims. Boars in very late with 6. I mean, this is the top 3 really demonstrating some class.
Yeah. I mean, 100-point day is very unusual. Very unusual. Another knock over towards Boars.
There's 2.
The nades just piling down over towards Havoc right now. It's just looking very easy for him.
Oh,
A great guess on the smoke too.
pulling these points into their pocket. Hatyara Crew devastating the competition, looking to break 100 points today. Blank. They have had 2 chicken dinners so far. They're looking to crown it with Rondo on a 3rd. We were questioning teams about the amount of steam that they have, but it is far from hot air. And Calais once more, he is biting down upon them. This lobby cannot bear the brunt of the pressure, the outside encirclement, the chokehold that Hatyara Crew have on them today. And they are going to be able to look for this 100-point day. A monumental task and seemingly achieved. What a way to kick off the tournament. Loco with a challenge from Stoics. 2 players now stand between them and their chance at the century.
And honestly, this is the century, right? When we talk about the century, it's like it's day 2. It's never day 1. Right now, Hatyara Crew looking to make a little bit of history here for themselves. Lazzy moving up, jumping his way forward. Good shots coming through, but instantly shut down by Calais. It's just easy. This is so over. The Molotov's in, and this is a fantastic result from Hatyara Crew. It is undeniable.
Snowex with a nade on the inside, not even gonna matter. Hatyara Crew, a 3-piece on the day with the chicken dinners, a massive scoreline, a titanic effort that has paid off in spades. Blank, this is historic in its run. It is so impactful to their chances to getting to that global stage. And in that final match, Calais was a demon.
Very much so. It's a 102-point day, dude. I don't know how you top that. And I also don't... It would require Hatyara Crew for the next 2 days to basically kick rocks, right? That's what it would require them to do. Which I just don't think is going to happen. Even if they play pretty terribly and get like 30-point days, this is still a very difficult result to get over the top of.
To put that into context, Boars on 12 matches were able to get 160 odd points, right, in the qualifiers for this. And arguably with some easier teams in the mix as well. 99 eliminations on this match, Blank, as well. So a pretty solid chunk of damage being dished out. But yeah, the Boars on 160 on 12 matches. They're 60 points shy of that. If you extrapolate the averages, what are we on? 40 exo, 20 per 60 extra, so 80 per day. would be the average that they need to find. Yeah, that would be absolutely insane for them to be able to get up there. I don't think they're going to be able to do it again. I don't think that they're going to be able to find this sort of result on tomorrow. The question is, what sort of result will it be? Because teams like Kodiak will not take this one lying down. Teams like Boars definitely not willing to let their title slip away.
Yeah, I mean, it's a wild one. It is a wild one. 17-point average. Exactly as well, which I thought was quite surprising. So it's nice and divisible. But yeah, I think for a 17-point average does not come around very often. Calais here with 1,100 damage. Really good stuff. 7 eliminations, 5 knocks. Hat Yara crew just having a great day. A really, really good day. So fun to watch them play as well. There is like a lot of moments where it's just some of these incredible guesses through smokes, really well placed nades over and over as well. And I think that indicates a team that's really getting a lot of momentum on the day. They're super warmed up. They're happy to go for these risky plays. And more often than not, they're paying off. I want to see these guys at an international level now. I really do want to see these guys at an international level.
I mean, it's very likely that you get your wish based on that performance today. Obviously, 2 more days left to play, but a 30-point chicken dinner to close it out is such a huge milestone for them to be able to achieve. And it overshadows the fact that Boars have had a really bloody good day today as well. I think they're going to end on 73 points, which is also phenomenal. Kodiak as well. They've put in a massive shift and able to break over almost up towards 70 points as well. Yeah, the fact that all of this is overshadowed by Yara Crew's just decisive day is absolutely phenomenal. And I'm just so happy that I put all of them in my top 3 predictions.
Yeah. Do you know what else is kind of insane about this, by the way? Is
what
that 3 out of the 4 players on Yara Crew are from the UK.
Oh, hell yeah.
We have a good team.
We've got a run. We've got a run going.
And then we have Locos from Nepal. So very cool. Very cool stuff.
Hey, look, Calais right there, neck and neck with him on this overall players tally. So I'm counting it. I'm taking that one. Yeah, very, very happy with their performance today. It's just sort of, it has been sort of just head and shoulders above everyone else. Yeah. There have been misplays from pretty much every other team. I think Yara Crew they had one bad game today, right? And even that wasn't really that awful. They went down in 5th, right? With no elims.
It was like a 1st, 4th, 2nd, 1st, 5th, 1st. Like, that is a disgustingly good result. Like, actually a disgustingly good result. And then you can see it, 102 points. Out of the ordinary. And I mean, if we look at this, 1st place was 102 points, John. 5th place is 39. What is that?
That's insane. That is insane stuff. Anyone from 6th place downwards, you could triple their score. They're still not beating you on Yara Crew. That is incredible. Incredible stuff. There is also a clear divide between Kodiak on 68 and Gods Reborn on 45. There is just this podium that is far and away exceeding the rest of the lobby in just the most obscene way. It's quite incredible.
And it's hard to talk about any of the teams because the score lines are so flattened across the board that it doesn't really seem to be any massive outliers. I mean, other than Epsilon Axe, realistically, that's the only outlier that we can really see here in 16th place. But everyone else is 25, 25, 26, 28, 28. But up till, 6th place on the next, on the first leaderboard, it's also like 29, 28 points. So you can't really say any of these players did badly. I will say I was very proud of Team TBSS today. I think they started off it kind of poorly. Some of those bad habits coming back from last week. But I think they were very quick to adjust. I think I'm happy of any team that's able to adapt on the fly like that.
This is a pretty incredible page, Blank, to be honest. There's 2 30-point chicken dinners, 2 25-point chicken dinners, 3 of them are at Yara Crew. This is... So, I might get this framed, actually. I might screenshot this and get this framed, because that is one hell of a sight.
A little silly. We are breaking up... The unfortunate thing about Vincere Mortem not doing so well is that we are breaking up the red logo streak. which is a bit annoying for me. But
yeah, well,
there you go. But yeah, this is a wild scoreline. Wild scoreline.
Quite incredible. Quite monumental coming on through. What a day. 102 points for Hatyara crew. I mean, I honestly cannot get my head around it. It's just so phenomenal for them. They must be absolutely thrilled. But I tell you what, I reckon they might be a little bit scared as well. Because you pull out something like that day one, everybody is going to be looking your way tomorrow. And they will want to end
tonight
you.
as well.
Well, for us, sure, but all of these players, right, they're going to have it out for Hatyara tomorrow. Will they be able to maintain the throne, or will the head that wears the crown feel too heavy? We'll have to wait and see. 2 more days to play. Hatyara crew demolishing the competition. There is no competition for them right now. Let's end the day.
Too easy.
Let's head home. See you guys tomorrow.